Hello, RTN. I could not see you in. Hello, RTN. I could not. Oh, wait a minute. Something is going wrong here. Something's going wrong here. Okay, RTN, I could not see you when I was looking. I have my tab and my phone. I couldn't see you in the tab, but I could see you with the phone when I went right into YouTube. So, hello. And I don't know how long you've been there waiting. I don't know how long you've been waiting. Okay, so tonight is a little different. I don't know how it's going to go. I just know that we haven't really, we didn't do a Day of the Dead because it wasn't one of the days that I was on. That was yesterday. However, I kind of would like to do one because we have lost a lot of people off of this plane. And I wanted to give people a chance if they wanted to say a few words about those who are missing, that they could. And it seems to me that when we look back on it, it's not just our loved ones that are close to us. We've lost some icons. It wasn't very long ago that actually we've lost a lot of people. Many researchers, as well as our friends and loved ones. And I just wanted to give people a chance that if they wanted to commemorate somebody that's gone on, that we could do that along with our regular discussion that we always do. So, other than that, I guess I just do my thing until people feel like they want to actually talk. Oh, hello, James Ortiz and Project Skyfalls. How you doing? So, I'm using my laptop this time, seeing if it's any better. We'll see. So, this is D Ocean's Deep Woo, and I'm D Ocean. And on this show, we do the deepest of woo. We're experiencers, most of us. All of us have experienced something, whether we even talk about it or not. Most people do it in kind of hush terms, or they have things happen and don't tell anybody. It's very few people that have had absolutely nothing weird happen to them, so to speak. But we'll talk about all kinds of weird here. This is Ohio. I live in Ohio. It's weird land. It's one of the weirdest states in the nation. So it doesn't bother me any. Oh, hello, YJ Olander. So we do the deepest of woo, and that's what we do. May sound a little like Cat in the Hat, which I sometimes have that hat. I'm going to have to find that hat again. But I just thought it'd be nice to remember people this candle burning, and I have I'm in here where my battery won't run out. I think I am probably having trouble with my phone battery. Somebody said their phone was acting a lot like my phone when they had a problem with their battery. So good chance that's what's actually been going on. Um, well, good to see you. And it wasn't actually, it was a little while ago that I heard about David's death, but of course, David Bowie, who I knew was David Jones, I knew him online as David Jones, and we chatted quite a bit. And hearing of his death, that was a few years back. Although he wasn't close physically, um, he was close. There was an emotional tie there, more than just as a performer. I knew David Jones, so you know there was David Bowie, the performer. There was David Jones, um, but this time of year, you also honor your ancestors, so your parents, your grandparents. I'm going to mention some of my parents and grandparents. And if you want to, and like I said, if you have anything you want to say, I mean, I know we've lost people like Bud Hopkins, Butch Wachowski, um, Pam I am just recently, her husband passed on. And there are going to be a whole lot of people passing on. It's it's one of those times. So, hello, Pam. I was just mentioning Brainerd. So I thought it would be a good idea to just like have some time to remember these people. And who do you remember that has passed on? And of course, our usual discussion, because we just love to sit around and discuss things and chat. So we if you're an experiencer and you're curious about paranormal, metaphysical, and phenomena of all kinds, well, we've got a lot of people who've experienced that and can tell you some things about it, including myself. If you're not and you're just curious, that's cool too, but respect the experiencers because it isn't easy to be an experiencer and bring things forth. Bomber, hello. I am Pam is here. Ah, and Bomber is cooking and we'll be back in a bit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking that you would want to be. Yes, Bomber. You'd want to be here for this. Because we've lost a lot of people. I can't even, my mind can't even go back over all the people that have gone on. And of course, my mom and dad are long past. Long, long time ago. My mother is over 20 years. It's like, yeah, about 20 years now. Gone. My father, much longer than that, more like 35 years. And other members of my family. Also, as I've said before, I don't really have family left. They're all passed on. So, have a few cousins. Um, but we've lost from this plane a lot of really amazing people. The people that I grew up with and that I looked up to, a lot of them are gone now. And you hit that point in your life. In earlier civilizations, though, they weren't like us about death. They honored death as a part of life. And indeed it is. Um, we've all been there, and we're going to be there again. Hello, Ben. How you doing today? And then there's my great grandparents on my father's side were the royal clockmaker and the royal hairdresser in Denmark to the Queen. My mother's grandmother was Emma Whitehorse, and her sister's name was Genoa, and my mother's name was Chinaby until they anglicized it. Chinaby. I think it was more like a Chinaby. And I'm not sure what it meant. She couldn't tell me. She wasn't really very much into Native American culture. Um, but oddly enough, there were little traits that I'm sure came from that culture anyway. Braiding the women's hair. She tells me about braiding the women's hair, and how it was so tiring, but it was a young girl's job to braid the women's hair. She also would tell me about wrapping them up in those Princess Leia style buns. So that was kind of interesting. Um, I guess my mother's grandparents were religious people, and from the stories she told, and you would not mention this to a child, but from the story she told, they were part of the Underground Railroad. So, and that was generally how it was. Religious people would be part of the Underground Railroad. That's how they did it. Okay, so let's see who we are bringing in here from our uh, chatters. James Ortiz says my two favorite brothers passed the same week. That must have been very difficult. YJ Overlander says I remember my grandmother often, even though she passed when I was 17, and I'm in my late 40s. I still think of her often. I was meditating the other afternoon, drifting to considering what makes a life worth it, and it came down to being able to see the adventures in one's life and take away the lessons from them. That's very poetic, Overlander. Hmm. Um, my grandma, the things I remember about her. I've spoken to my mother and father quite a bit. My grandmother, I got a song about her. Like I said, I'd rather this be more of a wake than a funeral type thing. Uh, I think they would enjoy that more. I think my honored dead would enjoy that we have a party for them and remember them in happy terms. So, as I said in the description, if you want to say something about your relatives, honored dead, or whoever they may be, whether that may be some of our researchers that have passed on, I'm going to leave it to you guys. Who are you kind of missing right now? Because even though they're not really gone, I mean, they're gone from here. And you can't interact in the same way. And that's why you need people like me, mediums, right? Um, Although I always try to get people to do to be their own medium, basically, as much as possible because it's completely possible. I don't believe that only certain people can be a medium. I believe that probably at one time we could all do this, and that we can still all do this with the right mindset, because there are people all the time who mention having experiences. So it's part of our heritage to be able to do this. I don't believe that there's anything strange about it. I also happen to know that there are a lot of indigenous people that this is just the way it is. The honored dead and the living coexist. They just both exist. It's not like they are gone, really. They can hear every word you say. So I think probably you've got a point, Overlander, that we come here, we have experiences, and that's always what it was made for. Come here and have experiences. It wasn't meant to suck, though. Um, that part was not what we intended. What was intended. But, you know, I think of my my grandmother. Um, she lived through the Great Depression with 8 kids and a husband. She had more than one husband because something, it was rough to live, and something happened to all of them, except I think she had 4 altogether, 4 husbands. It was rough. The first one was coal miner, did not live very long, not even long enough to see my mother born. Um, and there were times when, of course, she chose wrong or badly. I shouldn't say wrong, but I should say badly. And some of her husbands were not so nice to them. And there were stories about that too. Greetings and favor to you too, David Castle. So she also had to deal with abusive husbands. And then, of course, back then, women did not get paid anywhere near what men did, even if they were doing the same kind of work. And so she could not be, she was the head cook in a 5-star restaurant of its day called White House, but couldn't be a chef. Women were not chefs. Okay, women could not be head chef, but she was head cook, and she made a good enough living to be able to get by and do pretty well. She met a lot of famous people, and she really enjoyed that. It's the kind of place, and still exists today. It was the kind of place where it has pictures of all the famous people that came through the doors. And it's interesting because I know that my grandmother met most of those because she was a very good cook, and they would always want to compliment the cook. And that's why she loved her job there and didn't want to leave, even when rich people tried to pull her out of there. She felt she had it really good knowing all, she just loved meeting all of these celebrities. So, and it's funny because this is Ohio, right? But everybody's got to eat, and that was part of her message is y'all need to learn to cook, all of you. I want you all to know how to cook. Girls, boys, everybody. Why? Because even when things are really bad, people still going to need to eat, and you can still live if you know how to cook. and you can find a job if you know how to cook. Um, because people need to eat. And her age, it was iron pans. I learned how to cook in iron pans. I learned about iron pans from her, mostly posthumously, oddly enough. Didn't learn a whole lot while she was alive. Had a lot of things put in my path to find out about them after her death. That was kind of interesting, and I have a full set now. Oh, I'm sorry, Pam. I'm sorry to hear you haven't been feeling well. I hope you feel better soon. Just in case is in. So, apparently, I had, apparently on my mother's side, my great grandfather was a sheriff, and he left the South because he could no longer stand hunting down escaped slaves and taking them back to their masters. This is why I think from the stories my mother told, it looks like they were part of the Underground Railroad because there would be people constantly coming to the door. Um, and they wouldn't ask any questions. There were black people coming to the door, and they would let them stay, and then they would go after a while. And I'm there going, when I was a kid, it didn't occur to me, but I got a little older and I thought, well, wait a minute, that sounds like Underground Railroad. Because of, this stream of people, always, always black, heading up north, stopping there, and them just taking them in and feeding them and sheltering them for a while on their way. Um, you wouldn't tell a kid about something like that. You wouldn't want them to spill the beans because back then, people got killed for helping slaves escape. That's the way it was. Um, you know, you get called an abolitionist, your life was in peril. So they were really putting their lives on the line, helping people like that. There's a whole bunch of stuff like that. It's like, and people, this is partially why somebody tries to make me feel, like there's some kind of restitution to be made. Just from jump, my people tried to help. Okay. I know that for a fact. On my mother's side, on my father's side, as far as I know, they never owned anything and they never owned any slaves. On my mother's side, they tried to help them. So, shall I feel guilty? I am mixed because I'm Cherokee, and Cherokee don't really, once you are a Cherokee, you are just a Cherokee. Whatever else you are is inconsequential after that. So I don't really have a good way of knowing exactly what the Avatar's bloodlines are on that side. I know that there were American Cherokee, and unfortunately, the stories are few because my mother did not really care much for her North American heritage. Yeah, Overlander, sometimes people actually did that. Another thing is, I also have some ancestors who are Irish, Scottish, English. Um, let's see, my father was Danish, full blooded. Um, I think there are a few other things wandering around there that probably people are not talking about. And like I said, whatever is mixed in our Cherokee heritage. So I don't really see myself as being unrelated to anybody, really. I think we're all related because we're people. I even see myself as being related to Sasquatch. You know, it's like obviously we're related to them, or they wouldn't be so doggone much like us. They wouldn't look like us. We wouldn't be able to interbreed with them. That's a whole nother discussion. But honestly, if you think about it, they're our relatives too. I wonder what kind of ceremonies they have. Oh, Overlander, your grandfather was Cree from North Dakota and you never got to meet him. That's too bad. You know, most of you, like I said, I cannot see how it is when we look back. There were white slaves too. For all I know, maybe some of my ancestors, the Irish became indentured servants. It was a really big thing. And they were used just exactly like slaves, and sometimes became slaves, literally slaves, when they couldn't pay back um, their contract. So sometimes they would have time added, and sometimes they would never get out of their servitude. So, and sometimes it was interesting. Like I said, um, I found a channel like I think it's Kurameo, yeah, Kurameo, that talks about, there were black slave owners that owned Irish people. I mean, that happened too. So, my background, I look at it, and then of course there were people who also um, who conflated dark-skinned uh, Native Americans with Negroes as well back then. That's what they called them, Negroes. It kind of interesting that almost nobody knows that Abraham Lincoln was black, although not recognized as black, because apparently the term black and the term Negro were two different things at one time. And there were something like there were ways of figuring out who was what. I don't remember. I remember reading about it and seeing some videos about it, how that worked. And apparently there were a lot of famous people in our background that were black that we didn't know. And also there were people who were white that we didn't know what they were, and probably a lot of other things. I mean, that's, I think, why people love getting their genealogy done, is because our history is so screwed up that we don't even know who we are exactly. And we're all kind of searching for that. Oh, that's true. Truth be told, that's true, YJ. A lot of black men were owned by black men. In fact, the slave trade was started by black African people. And the first people to sell black African slaves were black Africans. It was profitable. So you got somebody who want their land and you want their game and you want them out of your hunting territory. Well, make war on them, sell them off across the sea, and not only do you make a profit, but you gain the hunting territory, gain the game that they would have had. Anyway, happened. Yeah. So, oh yes, just in case said my gypsy ancestors were slaves, as most gypsies were in Europe until about 1850. True. And of course, we've got records if you believe in the Bible and the Hebrews talking about being enslaved. So, all of our ancestors at one point were enslaved, and all of them at some point owned slaves or servants. Yes. Oh, Scotty Roberts asked to do a show this week, sometime this week, asked you to do a show. Oh, okay. Yeah, Russia also had black slaves from Africa. Yeah, quite a long time. And here is Pam. Pam, do you have, if you have anything you want to say about Brainerd, you know, please compose it and either I'll read it or I'll send you a link and you can read it. Um, but I was kind of hoping that you would. So you're wearing your husband's socks. That's so sweet. And there he is still protecting you, keeping your feet warm. Yes. We're at a time right now where everybody's trying to find some reason to blame everybody else for their problems. If we would set aside all these things and look at who's really causing the problems, you know, is it really? I thought we had gotten past the black white issue so long ago. Now they're trying to reopen this. But a lot of people on both sides are just not having it. Uh, and I'm really happy about that. Yes, and to any lurkers, you are also welcome to um, come in and mention the name or something or who you would like honored, and I'll read it. Right, the little man behind the curtain. And actually, the little man behind the curtain probably had somebody controlling him as well. Gypsies weren't permitted to have a driver's license to prevent them from living a nomadic life all the way in the 1950s. My mom did not have a driver's license until she was older. She was in her 40s before she got a driver's license. Women in her day, women sure didn't drive. As a matter of fact, my grandmother only made it. She didn't know how to read. She was a head cook. Now imagine this. She was a head cook providing for 8 kids and often her husband too, because she had some of her poor husbands. I can't remember exactly how it went, but some of them didn't even work. They were alcoholic. Um, so some of them had money, some of them did not. Some of them worked, some did not. You can imagine trying to get through all that, but she did somehow. And but she didn't know how to read. I had to read things for her. And my mother only made it through the 4th grade because girls didn't need to know anything back then except how to take care of children and cook and clean. And if they knew how to do that, then everything was cool. That was the way it was. Yep, for the common people. Now, rich people had an entirely different life. I mean, that was an entirely different thing. Um, yeah, yes. Brainerd's mom. Same thing, couldn't read. Right. 4th grade to raise siblings. That's my mom did the same thing. Had to raise her siblings, had to take a job and raise her siblings because it was the Depression. And people from the Depression were quite different. Those of us who knew people from the Depression, you could tell it was very difficult. Let us hope that we never have to go through what they did. Although we've had tastes of it here and there, nothing quite like what they had. Let's just hope that we don't have to go through anything quite that bad. Although I have to warn you, in about 3 weeks, the diesel fuel is going to run out. And unless something happens between now and then to help that problem, there's going to be a lot of problems in about 3 weeks. Just letting you get your head prepared for it. Now, I think that things are not going to, you know, uh, obviously it's meant to starve us and freeze us to death. But I don't think that's going to happen. Although I still see quite a few people are going to be leaving. If you ask me what I see a lot of people leaving. I see a lot of litigation. There's going to be a surprise coming up very soon. Um, oh my goodness. She got polio as a child and also Ricketts Brainerd's mom. Yeah, polio was a big thing back then. People could die of it. It was paralysis. Yeah, and raising kids while disabled. Yep. And they didn't have the things in place that we have now. And I think there are people who would take that stuff back away from us if they could. But I don't think they're going to be able to do that. You know what? They were strong, Pam. Pam said she was very strong and she feels blessed to know it. And it's like, you know what, Pam? Yeah, knowing my grandma, knowing what she went through, or just even a little of it, knowing what just something what their lives were like, having met some of my hill folk relatives and hearing what their lives were like, being poor and rural. Well, the good thing about that was, of course, you could raise some food. I mean, you could you could at least milk a cow, raise some food. God help you if the crops weren't good that year or if something happened to your livestock. But yeah, the people who were more rural actually had more of a chance than the people in the city in a lot of ways. Um, so, but still, and it's funny because cast iron, I call them the cast iron generation because they kind of were. I mean, not only was that their cookware, and they made many items out of cast iron. I mean, door stops and I don't know, all kinds of stuff. I have pokers for the fireplace and fireplace grates. And, there was a time when everything was made out of cast iron. And the people had to be made out of cast iron too because it was rough, you know? Women still died in childbirth at that time. Our ancestors that we're honoring tonight and our beloved ones who passed on, they all had their challenges. Everybody had their challenges, and we've got ours. Okay, and just in case says in 1792, Denmark was the first country to ban slave trading and transatlantic transportation of slaves. We didn't ban keeping or breeding slaves until 1884, though. I see. Bomber says the big thing about these families, big families. Wait a minute. Is they had each other and helped each other to get through it all. Yeah, huge difference from today. And YJ says, I like rural living and I have a set of cast iron stuff. Been learning how to make Dutch oven meals over the wood stove. Good for you. I cook in cast iron pans too. And yes, I know how to make a fire and I have done a lot of camping out. I have cooked over many a wood fire. Okay. Mm. I don't have a wood stove though. Yeah, cast iron is actually a really good way to cook because um, it's if you use it a lot, it becomes pretty much nonstick. You can get anything off of it, and it's pretty much eternal. I mean, in 200 years, yeah, barring thermonuclear fusion or something, that iron pan is still going to be usable. That I have in my kitchen right here. You know, it's still going to be functional. Very strange to think in a world that's now so disposable. But back then, they made everything to last because you couldn't really, you couldn't be sure when you were going to get your next whatever. It was a lot harder. Parts and stuff were hard to come by, and anything that was mass manufactured was really novelty. That's why people would collect things like buttons. Hey, Simon, how you doing? Yes, good day. Good day, mate. Right. You know what? I love cast iron for that exactly that reason. If you can't clean your cast iron, fill it with water and boil it. Yeah. Then just reel it with bacon grease. Yeah, absolutely bacon grease. My grandmother used bacon grease. I use bacon grease. Bacon grease, pork lard, beef tallow, chicken fat. I frequently go through and oil all my pans with bacon grease and season them that way. And the other good thing about pans is if you really can't get something off of them, you can put them in the oven and put the oven on, if it's a self-cleaning oven, and put the oven on self-cleaning. You can have your iron pan right in there. And by the time that whole self-cleaning process is over, all that's going to be left on your pan is ashes that you can wash away. And you know what? It's funny because, like I said, I think of them as being the cast iron generation because they were tough too. So much happened to them that that's the way it kind of had to be. They wouldn't have survived if they had to have disposable everything. It wouldn't have worked. That's why I'm a little concerned about us. There's so many people that are used to disposable, everything being disposable. Oh, you bought a vintage tin box full of buttons and sewing stuff at a yard sale. Yeah, that's a funny thing about it too, is buttons were a big deal because they were mass produced and mass produced. I mean, now if it's mass produced, we kind of think, you know, I mean, it's not as important. But back then it was like, whoa, I wonder how they did this. How did they do this? There was work, everything like that, every decorations and stuff were a lot of work, you know. Making stuff took time. And a lot of stuff, you couldn't just order it from Amazon. If it didn't exist in your area, it didn't exist. Or you had to make it, had to find some way to make it. So, and that happened too. Bomber, I hope it passes too soon. Um, like I said, maybe he'll come out with some superpowers. Most of us who took a hit to the noggin after it healed up, we had something new that we could do. I certainly hope it works that way for you. You've taken your dishes to the car wash before and used the pressure wash. Why, Jay? I gotta give you props for creativity. But I do the same thing. I've done stuff like that. That's how I clean my rugs. That's how I'm going to clean I have this one beautiful carpet that I want to use, and it got dirty. I'm going to take it on a nice summer day. I'm going to take it to the car wash and spray it down and let it dry. And yep. Oh, and you replaced everything with stainless steel. And you can reheat leftovers on the wood stove. That's good. You're way farther ahead than me. I can't have a wood stove in here. Bomber. Now that there's an interesting idea. Throwing all the dishes in a tub and spray. You know what I could do? I have actually done that. I have also put things that don't belong in the I have a dishwasher here. I never had one before. My grandmother would have been amazed at a dishwasher. My mother had no idea what a dishwasher, but she would be completely confused. I don't know if she'd ever, but things had to be pretty simple for my mom. But but yeah, it's like I have done things like that. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, for car rugs, for rugs. You can put rugs up and pressure wash them. That's what I'm thinking of doing. I swear, why should I have to, why do it uh, horizontal when you can do it vertical, right? Oh, yes, you died. That's right, Bomber. You had a near-death experience. Well, we're honoring death and dying and our passed on loved ones tonight. If you want to come in and tell us something, if anybody wants to come in and mention their loved ones or tell us a story about death and dying or one of their loved ones, I'm going to put the link in. I'm going to try anyway. And you can come in and tell us your story. Okay. And if you click that link, it takes you around back and I can let you in. Yeah, let's hope it is the last, Bomber. You don't need any more superpowers right now. Yeah, our ancestors probably do look at us and say, wow, they are like us. You know what really makes me laugh is finding out that the Anunnaki, which supposedly are our ancestors as well, loved beer. And Aki and Ninhertzig were drunk when they were creating life, when they were deciding people. They'd get themselves drunk sometimes and just say, hey, let's design some life. Let's make people. And you know what? We've carried on the tradition. A lot of people get made when their parents are drunk, right? Hmm. Well, Bomber, it just proves that you have a very hard head, which is good because if you didn't, you'd be dead by now, and you would have stayed dead. And the other thing that it proves is that somehow you managed to bounce. I've taken a lot of shot, but I've taken a lot of damage to this body. Lots of damage, folks, and concussions and stuff too. Yeah, I don't like them. They're no fun. Yeah, it's funny. So, some of those in Inaki could still be alive because they live thousands of years. And supposedly Inky is still around. And he's probably like, yep, those kids, those crazy kids, just like we were. I mean, the stories and stuff, it's just like we are. They were very much like us. And even over the world, the gods, so the quote unquote gods are the ones who made us. A lot are the ones we come from. Interesting. I'm sure they look and go, wow, we were like that. I remember being like that. When you're sailing with friends, you put the dishes in the net with a rope and throw it overboard so the sea takes care of washing. Dishwashers throughout history. Yeah, I've got to make that. Maybe I will make that video one day. Interesting approaches to washing dishes. Um, in our household, as I was growing up, the dogs would always, we only had one dog, but I mean, it was traditional to let the dogs finish off your plates. Whatever people didn't eat, the dogs would eat. That was what they ate. And so they got to lick those plates pretty clean, and then you clean them and disinfected them with soap and water and stuff. But yeah, it was pretty, and even farther back than that, in the Middle Ages, the dogs would eat the whatever food leftovers and stuff. Uh, they were part of the cleanup service. Yep. And yep, they love. It's funny. The Anunnaki just loved beer, and there's always been. It seems like beer has always been around because even ancient Roman times, ancient Greek times, there was beer. They made beer. Yeah, I suspect that too, YJ, that there are many Anunnaki descendants that don't know it and that they're kind of top of the food chain. Yep, maybe. So, global elites descended from pure-blooded. Well, probably some from Anunnaki, some from some of the other races that ruled here. I mean, don't forget that in Africa there were the Chitauri, lizard people. And there were the Naga, the snake people. There were, and if it were not, if they were not related to us somehow genetically, the genes wouldn't naturally splice. You'd have to do everything in a lab, which is why I still find the Greys very suspicious. But I guess they lost their abilities. Bomber, you have permanent memory loss? You don't remember that $50 you owe me? I'm kidding, of course. You know what? Bomber, I hate to tell you, but I still can't retain dates, names, and numbers either. I think I mentioned that before. And you have some words that are gone since you're, yeah. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'd love to hear your near-death experience some point. If you want to come on the show and tell us about your near-death experience, that would be very interesting. Oh yeah, I know. I was thinking the same thing, is that it explains so much, doesn't it? It would explain a lot. Because remember, some of the Anunnaki liked us, and some of them thought we were annoying beasts. That's right. That's one of the things that being dead, my near death experience, for a fact, showed me that there was something beyond death. And now they're trying to pass it off with, oh, your brain doesn't die right away. It's still can stay alive for up to 7 days after. Okay, whatever. Um, but I have another proof that we continue, because I have seen the past. I have remote viewed. So I remote viewed the past, and I remote viewed the future, and I remote viewed even other realities. And I exist in all of those realities. Therefore, I exist regardless. Therefore, don't try and tell me that when we die, that's it. You're full of shit. You're just full of shit. Okay? And I'm going to say it just that way. Sorry about your luck. Get with the picture. Yeah, prove it to yourself. Do a few things and find out for yourself. Listen to people who actually been there. Yeah. Well, I have a feeling that I was even kind of told about the reptilians a long time ago, about the earthly ones, because at one point Earth had reptilian beings in the age of dinosaurs, no doubt. They had a chance to evolve, you know. If they had a chance to evolve, what would that civilization have looked like? And what would it look like now? So apparently, there are. Well, I met somebody on. I met somebody on social media. I think I ran into her video and then met her on talked to her on Facebook, who was said she was a lizard hybrid, and spoke of some ways that you could tell that you're a lizard hybrid or an earth reptilian hybrid, that she called pterosaur, or the lizards that um, still dwell within the earth, the lizard people, who are not really enemies of ours, but they're not allies either exactly. However, from what I hear, they will defend Earth, not necessarily us, but they will defend Earth. So, if it ever comes to it. Yeah, that's true. I'm kind of bilocating right now. I am looking at your comments in my phone and streaming with my tablet. I am in both places at once. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning that there's more than one type. Of reptilian. From what I hear, there are at least three types. At least there are the type from here. There's the type from out there somewhere. There's the type that are interdimensional. And who knows what the freak else could also exist. But those are the three that I've heard about and or met. And then there are the hybrids. And I have supposedly met them. I actually went out with a guy for a while who eventually told me that he was a lizard. um, oh, really? It explained a lot. He was very weird and he was socially he was just weird. Socially, it wasn't that he wasn't a nice guy. People liked him. He was a nice guy. He was a sweetheart in a lot of ways, but very weird. Just there were things about him that were so, not quite, it just, I believed him after a while, and he was just, there are things about my ex-husband that were very weird and not quite right. He was a hybrid. I'm sure of it. He's a hybrid. And so we've also got to accept that some of our ancestors are ETs. You don't have to accept anything. I said that wrong. I accept it. Okay, fine. The missing link was ET. As far as I'm concerned, the missing link was ET. There were some hominids here, and then there was ETs, and then came us. And it was a great experiment. Oh, yeah, Bomber. You looked at vegetarian recipes? What were you thinking? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how we would be able to interact well with reptiles. They would think very differently and see differently, and everything would be quite different. Let's see, vegetarian curry, green orange peppers, jalapenos, mushrooms, onions, garlic, carrots, chicken, squash, lentils, Swiss chard, tons of spice, over basmati rice. I knew it was going to go to food chat. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Suspect some may be from Venus. Well, that's possible too. May have had, yes, Venus may have had Mars also. I sometimes wonder if some of them evolved on Mars. And then possibly, probably, some evolved on an alternate version of Earth, or maybe several of them. We're waiting for you to call in, Bomber, and tell us some stories. Who do you want to remember at this time on this show? That's what I'm trying to get at here. Who do you want to remember? Who has gone on that you want mentioned here? I'd like to know that. Meanwhile, we can chat about our ancestors. The lady that you met claims to be able to see reptilians for what they are, and there's several in the community. If so, I wish I could see that spectrum. Now, what do you mean by here? You mean in YouTube chats? In our community? Well, of course, Bomber. Since when did we ever do anything like everybody else? That just doesn't happen. Curry, do we all like curry? Oh, good. I love curry. Yes, spelt. How is that spelt again? Oh, yes. Spelt like spelt. Oh, fried aubergine, another. Oh, I don't know what aubergine is. Mars was home to a very tall species of bipedal being, very tall and thin. Oh, in your town. Yeah, I've met some here too. Can't have eggplant. It's it's a nightshade. I don't do the nightshades. They hurt. Eggplant. Okay. No idea. I think eggplants are pretty. I have a teapot shaped like an eggplant. It's pretty. However, I can't eat them. And I have to be I can eat white potatoes only sparingly because they're the root and they don't have as much of the toxin in it. All plants have lectins. If you happen to be sensitive to the lectin of a particular plant, it will give you all kinds of help. So I think, oh, and yeah, we were talking about coming across people who seem to be blank and soulless. You wonder if they have something to do with reptilians. Well, I think I kind of hold with the NPC thing. There are some people that are just kind of blanks and probably can be taken over by a player and become a player character. But I think some people are just running on autopilot. It's a program. And I'm not the first person, neither are you, to notice this. People have noticed this before. It's been spoken of for quite a long time that not everybody is necessarily a real person, an actual thinking, aware, separate individual sort of. It's sort of like any um they're sometimes called background characters too. Some people are really more like background characters. But also people have seen them be very very much a background character, an NPC for a while and then all of a sudden change. And have seen it the other way around too. That then that change goes away and they're a background character again. So is it like, in the Matrix when the Smiths would take somebody over for a while? Is that what a possession was? Is that what a possession is? I know curry powder's a nightshade. Has nightshade in it. Has turmeric too. Um, I know. I love curry. Uh, Hung out on YouTube too long and turned into zombies. I'm not a zombie, not by a long shot. The birth rate is just higher than the available souls on Earth to occupy the body, so they're alive, but not incarnated. Which is funny because we have cats and dogs that are definitely ensouled. We have animals that are definitely have soul, they have an eternal being, consciousness. I don't know. I thought of that too once, but it doesn't make sense because the reason it doesn't make sense, I will just remind you that we're capable of splitting ourselves up as fine as we need to. If we needed more souls on this planet, we would simply be more souls. I've spoken of this before. This is how soul groups are. You can become a whole soul group. You can become an oversoul of a soul group. Yes, you, because you're divine. That's what you came from. So you can do that too. Is there a finitude to it at all? I don't know. Is it infinite? Can we do that infinitely? I don't know. Can cells divide infinitely? Has something to do with telomeres in our bodies, but is that true cosmically? I don't know. It's a thought. Like if Elon built a bunch of self-driving cars and just set them loose to just keep running around or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody just took a lot of drones and just sort of let them go or whatever. Yes, you can drive multiple meat suits. I have encountered that, yes. And sometimes you can do it consciously. Sometimes you do it unconsciously without knowing you're doing it. So that's a whole nother ball of wax, isn't it, to think about? Yeah, basically. And it's not you're not cloning yourself when you take your consciousness and put it into several different places at once. It's not like a clone. That's a clone is a body thing. A consciousness. You know, this is another thing, and I think it's related. Is you can create, and this is people have experimented with this. You can create a thought form, a thing called a tulpa, and I've created thought forms. I had to do something about my thought forms. A lot of people create thought forms and don't even know they're doing it. And those thought forms, if left to their own devices and not dissipated, not switched off, not, you know, it's very hard to put the genie back in the bottle. But if you don't pay attention to them for a while, they'll go off and start living their own life. And you might not even recognize them when they come back around. Yes, that happens. And what did you do? Is that a piece of you running around? Maybe. I don't know. Is that why the ships are alive? We hear that the ships are alive. That the ones that we didn't, reverse engineer, and the ones that aren't, that the real ET ships, that they are alive. I remember our ships were always alive, and the ugh, pirate, the pirate. Some of them were pirates, I suppose. That's interesting. The pilot would use their consciousness to fly the ship. You will spend some thought on it. There are so many things we can do that we don't know we can do. Our ancestors tried it out first, though. Justin Case says he wrote a short story about soulless flesh machines many years ago. In the story, for no obvious reason, a high rate of babies were born without souls. Well, this is very odd because I know that when I first got here, every now and then we would have to liberate a pocket of our like a group of our people that were here. And when we did, all of a sudden I'd meet all these people that remembered where they were from. You know, it was weird. It was like all of a sudden they remembered. That could it go the other way too? Can they be held captive? Much the way that stuck souls are stuck. I have had to cross over quite a few souls that got stuck in the game and couldn't figure out how to get out. And it was because it was a malfunction, either of them or the game, or both. I would be interested in that story too, because Justin, because might have been, you know what? I feel like a lot of writers, because I've been a writer too, you know. I used to write. Yep. I did it usually mostly for private publications, but I used to write fiction. And um, a lot of times it was like, it was real. I could see it. Sometimes it was a little too real. Sometimes I wondered if I was really writing a story or if I was just recording a story. Because this seems to be what's happening to these people I'm seeing in my mind's eye. So now that I know that that's something that we can do is remote view, I really wonder about that. And why is it that science fiction writers tend to get the future right more often than futurists do? So, it's in Danish. I can't read Danish, just my father was Danish, but he did not speak it around me. The good son, interesting. Yeah, yeah. It's hard to imagine a child without a soul. Yeah. Oh, what? Frodo was the good. Oh, I think you mean good cousin, and Home Alone was the evil kid. Oh, Corey was evil. Okay. Loichi, the good things in life. Interesting. Hans. Well, nice to meet you, Hans. Very common name. And I have no idea how to say that last name. I could try, and I would probably mess it up. Yeah, as far as I know, life is just so creative. Consciousness is just so freaking creative that it just creates and creates and creates. That seems to be what consciousness does. It creates things, creates people, things, events, thoughts, everything. It just creates and creates infinitely. If we only knew the power we had. Science fiction, fantasy, speculative fiction, that kind of thing. Sometimes humor, sometimes I actually do have, you know what? I'm going to have to get the link to it and put it in our MeWe chat or in here somewhere. I actually do have a blog, and where I write about some very strange things. So, yeah, and some of it humor. Um, you might have noticed I have a sense of humor. I don't know if you guessed, but vegetarian curry is delicious with chicken in it. I can always count on Bomber to do something like that. I saw what you did there. I saw what you did there. Dustin. Dust in the wind. I'm sure you're so sick of that. Hans and Dustin. Interesting, isn't it? I'm here. This is my name, you know. I realize not everybody wants everybody to know their name, but honestly, I'm not so worried about it anymore. It's not like I'm worth so many millions. Somebody comes here, we have a security building. Someone decides to come after me. It's tough luck. Um, but I don't think so. I don't think like that. Anyway, yeah, it's kind of weird to think that. See, this is interesting. My friend Paul, you've met him online here. You've seen him. Shamanic, Reiki, um, homeopath, Amanahuna, all that stuff, right? Um, Worked in a plastic factory for a lot of his life. Now, Justin works in a plastic factory. um, it's kind of interesting. There's other weird things about that too. I can't really go. I don't want to give personal details, but it's weird that both of them somehow they must both be a fractal of me because it was funny. Somebody was reading that was having problem with energy vampires, but it wasn't me. It was Jason. And then I got a fortune cookie that said you're going to be moving to a wonderful new place within the year, but I knew it wasn't me. It turned out to be Paul. Are they fractals of me? Is this why? I have always wondered this. So many times I'll get a message and it turns out to be about the person near me, somebody I'm close to, almost as if I don't really exist. I wonder about it sometimes. You know, why? Why am I getting other people's readings? Why do I get other people's messages? Why do I, they're in my soul group? I guess that makes sense, but it's just weird, man. I understand. I used to do that too. I still sometimes do. I totally understand. Yeah, social media is getting so freaking weird. Well, like I said, it's a risk for me to, this is my real face, you know, my name. However, I do not feel for a long time I wouldn't give my real name out, but now I feel somehow it's okay. I have got the message that it's okay now. It wasn't. It wasn't always. For a while, it was dangerous. So if you feel it's dangerous, by all means, don't give your real name. But now I feel like it is no longer dangerous for me. I'm not exactly sure why. I have a suspicion. I have a few suspicions. I know that, and I've mentioned it on the show. I'm not going to mention it right now. I don't want to bring that energy into it. In a few generations, many of us could move around a lot. Um, quite so. And I actually kind of see that. And what I'm trying to figure out is how to become more aware of who else I am. You know, I appear to be able to, people I wasn't even that close to. I've actually had dreams where I was looking in a mirror, seeing them through their eyes. What the heck was that? It was so weird. I pondered that a long time. Who slash what am I that I can do that, or that's what happens to me? Still not quite sure. I'm. It's like just a little bit out of my full understanding. I've been piecing that together. Well, yeah, Pam is such a common name. Pam is like an incredibly common name, so and so is Dee, so the government. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't know, YJ. Maybe empathy has something to do with it, yes. You know what? I too spent most of my time alone after my concussion. I did have somebody around once in a while, but that was my ex-husband, and he had to work and frequently worked overtime. So I was alone most of the time when I was all broken up from that accident. So I know how that is. It's no good. I lived out in the country, but I lived over a beauty salon. That, and the whole building had been an old church, and it was haunted. Very weird. Very weird. So the bottom floor was a beauty salon. I had to smell the fumes all day. It was awful. I got sick during that time. I wonder sometimes if the fumes didn't do something to me. Oh, James Ortiz, really? Well, part of you can. Yeah, you know what? And that is another thing as human beings that we can do is take on other people's traumas. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, we can. Well, YJ, you would probably enjoy access consciousness because access consciousness talks about how a lot of things in our life are the way they are because we have taken on other people's attitudes, opinions, and judgments. And if we didn't have them, we would much easier create what we do want and get to who we truly are. And so they have certain things that you can do. And if you want me to demonstrate, I'll do a show with that. I'll do a show talking about it a little bit. I'm not a facilitator for that particular mode, but it's very expensive. However, I know a little bit about it, and I can tell you what their take is on it. Well, Justin, don't forget the flamethrower drones. Love and flamethrower drones. Yeah, it makes sense, Bomber. You know what? Honest God, I don't want I I don't want fans from around here. I'm just as glad I don't tout it to people around here. I don't advertise it. Nope. I don't want to have to deal with it. Yeah, I will bring that in one day along with some other interesting things. But yeah, I know a few things about access consciousness that I learned the basic clearing statement right off. The basic clearing statement, and it's interesting though. I hear that the farther you go, I would love to have the money to be able to take the whole course. Do you know the guys that came up with that are now living in a castle? Gary Douglas and Dane here are living in a castle. Their headquarters is a beautiful castle. And they came from nothing. Dane, in fact, saw his life as being so bad he wanted to kill himself. He told he told the universe, you know what? If I don't if things don't get better, I'm going to kill myself. And he had it all planned out. And then he stumbled across a post by Gary's daughter and checked into it, and it turned out to be what he was looking for. And he ended up finding reasons to live. But that's the short story, very abbreviated. You imagine she lived alone deep in the wilderness because that's all we hear from her. She wants to be in the woods alone in the middle of the night. Right. I mean, you got to have your flamethrower drone while you're herding your unicorns just in case a werewolf or something shows up, right? You drive a Zamboni? I want to ride. Yeah, they live in a castle. They finally, and another one of them that took off and made her own modality, has her own coaching. She now owns an island. She's a multimillionaire. Using her money for good and not for evil, all of them. Trying to use their money for betterment of humanity, which I appreciate. Although I gotta say, uh, we're lucky that somebody figured out the secret of how to be rich decided to do something good with it. Yeah, that's what I want. A castle deep in the wilderness. But I need people around because you can't run a castle by yourself. I'd need others. That's the only thing about that. But I do want a mini castle in the eco village. I want a beautiful little mini castle. I want it to look, you know, the Tartarian style with beautiful sculptures and things. Montana's the first stop with a Zamboni. Wow. A castle deep in the wilderness. I've seen what Christensen, my maiden name, Christensen Castle looks like. Somebody from Denmark showed me. So apparently, well, I know that on my father's side we were nobility because we worked with the queen, and you cannot work that closely with royalty unless you are a noble. So there were nobles on my father's side, and apparently they came here to get poor. Some people came to get rich, and maybe they thought they were going to, but instead they got poor. Yep, Templar castles all over the place, right? Some of them underground. My nose is stuffing up. Okay. Which one of you has a stuffy nose? I have no particular reason to have a stuffy nose. Now, which one of you has one? For a reason. Because I don't have any reason to have one right now. And I keep smelling chicken. Is that you, That must be Bomber. Yeah, because I keep smelling chicken. And a scratchy throat. Okay, so that's you. But you have a little coffin. Okay. Well, I hope you don't plan on using the little coffin very soon. We'd like to see you still around. I'm teasing. I know a bunch of people are taking off, but would y'all try not to die too soon? I kind of would like to keep some of you around for a while. I'd miss you. Yeah. Yep, I'm smelling chicken. Smells good. Raw garlic. There you go. That will help. Oh, another thing that helps is having some either elderberry or mulberry syrup will help a cough. Or uh, an old timer told me pure Concord grape juice or pure Concord grape jelly. Concord grapes, I guess, are very powerful, and we grew them for a while. Actually, I was a lot healthier back then. We grew Concord grapes, and they have the seeds and stuff. People don't like that, but honestly, they're the flavor of a Concord grape is just, a sweet Concord grape right off the vine is amazing. Yeah, I like the adventures. I hate the boredom. Boredom really bothers me. The pain bothers me. I didn't like the pain and the fear. But the adventures were interesting. Oh, it wasn't all bad. I mean, like I said, I had some pretty nifty stuff happen to me, too. It's just that there could have been so many things more if I hadn't been too sick to do them. I'm glad you feel that way, YJ. Yeah, attached greenhouse with year-round heat. Yeah. See, I wanted to do that. If I had my own place, I would definitely have that. I was thinking one of the things I was thinking is a wallapini with its own heat. Well, it must be pretty tempting if you can smell it all the way across. I'm smelling it all the way down here in the States, in Ohio. That's some good smelling chicken, Bomber. Making me hungry. What's going to eventually happen, probably, this is my one of my guesses, educated guesses, is once we clear out a bunch of stuff. Oh, hi, Ben. How you doing? I still want to come up with a time that you can come in so that I can tell people you're going to do it and tell your story. Um, about a central heated greenhouse, 60 by 60 with attached tiny houses. Well, you get Overlander. That's the design I drew. It's exactly the design I drew. That was one of my designs, yes. It was a central greenhouse. Well, actually, tell you the truth, it's like uh, uh, the way that the other modules were attached was through a private wallapini that you would keep for your own use that would lead into the year-round greenhouse. The year-round greenhouse would always be warm, would be kept warm all the time. It would also be the central meeting place. So you would be going pretty much through a food forest on the way to the central meeting place. And then my thinking is, in order to decide things, we have potluck dinners. Anytime we wanted to have community potluck dinners, we just grab a few things from the food forests on the way and yeah, a four-season edible courtyard. I'd thought about that. And I thought about having the way there, you have a little private one that's just for particular things that you want to grow, maybe a few little particular things that nobody else wants to bother with or whatever, or you have a particular species of something you want to grow, that you want to take the time to grow, something like that, and that is how everything's attached, is through the garden. Oh, I understand, Ben. Oh, you'd have to breed butterflies. Well, okay. Yeah. Well, okay, then I guess it's just going to be one of those things where you can come in and tell your story one of the days that you're here. I'll just drop a link and say, come on in and tell us about it, Ben. Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking, YJ. You can grow your own favorite strain. Ah, okay. Never, never worry. I shall be right there. Am I doing this right? Yes. So let me let you in. Add to stream. There you are.
Hi, Mama D, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hi.
I can hear you. Everybody else hear you? Everybody else hear her? This is Bomber. You now
Hi.
have a voice to attach to the mysterious Bomber eyeball there. Your eyeball and your voice can now are now fused in our minds. Okay, that kind of sounds painful, but go ahead. What would you like to tell us about?
um, I don't know. Well, actually, what you were mentioning about the near-death experience. So, excuse me, I was thinking,
Right,
I
that
guess
would be great for today. Yes, that's right on
yeah, I could
target.
tell them. I don't really talk about it with people, but it feels like that kind of goes along with the theme of the show tonight. So,
Yeah.
I suppose now is probably as good a time as ever. So, um, I don't even know where to start with it, but it was. I won't go into the details of the accident itself. It was stupid. Um, excuse me, like all the accidents, accidents are stupid. But we learn a lot from them. So I know, everything does happen for a reason. And as cliche as that sounds, excuse me, I'm gonna lose my voice. Maybe I don't really talk much. Excuse me, I'm just gonna get some water. Can you still hear me?
Yep, you're coming
Okay,
in loud and clear.
okay. I have these headphone thingies in, and I wasn't sure if that was gonna work. Um, okay, so the night of the accident, I was frozen on the ice. It's a long story, but anyway, my mom is very German, so rather than taking me to the hospital like civilized humans, she brought me home, and I was not in a good state. So she gets me home and she puts me in the shower because I'm literally frozen and I don't feel the water. I'm just so cold. Um, I I remember turning the cold water all the way down and the hot water all the way on, and I still couldn't feel it.
Oh, that's not good.
No, it was really not good. Um, and I fell in the shower.
Oh
Uh,
no.
the fir- I fell twice in the shower. The first time I fell on my left, and my elbow caught the side of the tub, and so I hit the left side of my head against the shower wall, and then that caught me. I got up and I fell again. This time I hit the front of my head against the um, shower wall, and this time I was knocked out. Pam, how old I was? It was 2003, so I was 20, 20 or 21. Excuse me. Um, it was February. I think it was February of 2003. So yeah, I was young. It was 20 years ago. Um, anyway, so that knocked me out, and I remember when I was coming to, um, all I could see was clouds, and I thought, "Oh my God, what is this?" And I was hearing, mm, mm, mm. Excuse me, it's like this echoey somebody was calling my name, but very echoey, and excuse me, through the clouds, I could see kind of a shadow. And I thought, holy shit, I'm dead. This is it. By the way, this is not when I died. This was not the part of the night when I died. I just thought I was dead. It turned out that the clouds I was seeing was because I had turned the hot water all the way on in the shower, so it was billowing.
It was
heat.
making clouds.
Yeah, yeah. And the shadow I was seeing was my mom. She heard me fall the second time, and she came into the bathroom and she was calling my name. So, excuse me, she got me out of the shower and put some flannel pajamas on me. I remember that. But I don't know if I remember that from that night, or if I remember because the next day.
I wish it was like that here, Overlander. Go ahead, Bomber.
Um, anyway, she put me to bed, and I was shaking. I was frozen still, and I was just saying, "I'm so cold, so cold, so cold." And so they were trying to warm me up. Her and my little brother were trying to warm me up. Um, they were piling blankets on me, and I guess at one point I said, "Sit on me." Like, I was just so cold. I just was desperate to warm up.
Mm-hmm.
And
I've been that cold. I've had hypothermia. It's awful, isn't it?
it's awful, awful, awful. I could not warm up. I was frozen to the core.
Yeah, I had like about 5 blankets on me and was not feeling warm.
Yeah, yeah, that's what my mom was putting these thick feather beds. Like, um, I guess this is a German thing.
Down,
I didn't know when I was little, but
warm
my sisters
comforters.
went to Germany, and when they came back, they said, "Oh my God, a lot of things make sense now." Like my mother wearing sandals in the house all year. Um,
Mm-hmm.
just things like that. Like, we were really poor, and everybody had this thick feather bed. So, and they were expensive. These feather beds were expensive, but it's a blanket, but just thick, thick with feathers, and it never made sense to us. Like, we weren't even eating properly, but we all had a feather bed. But it was so cold in the basement. In the wintertime down home, the East
Mm-hmm.
Coast, it gets really cold, so you have to be warm, and so the feather beds kept us warm. Anyway, so she was piling these on top of me, and they were sitting on me, and I was so cold still. I wasn't warming up. And um, the next thing I know, I'm not cold anymore. And I'm just, there's not even really a word to describe um, what I was feeling. It was like, comfort is not the word. Euphoria. I was just perfectly at peace, and there was no more cold, no more discomfort. Like, the weight of the world was lifted. Just everything was perfect. And I was looking down. I was about 3 feet away from the bed, and I don't know, between 6 and 9 feet up. It felt like I should have been in the ceiling, maybe, but I don't really know exactly how that works. But um, I was looking down,
Oh,
and
what a
and
feeling going through the ceiling.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Uh, there's really
I know.
there's no
Weird,
words
ain't
in
it?
there's no words in the English language to describe that whole thing. There's just it's impossible for somebody to, like, even though I struggle with articulating anyway, um, that that just there's no words. Um, but I was looking down and seeing them frantic over my body, and I
Mm-hmm.
remember thinking, "Oh, stop! It's fine now. I'm fine. Like, we don't have to worry." There's like I felt like they were wasting their energy on me, um, with all this struggling that they were going
What am
through.
I worried about anyway? I feel fine.
Yeah, yeah. And I actually watched my brother. He left and came back, and he had a blow dryer, and he was putting that on my head to heat me
Trying to
up.
blow dry your head.
Yeah, to get heat into me because I was frozen.
Lord.
And so they were trying to heat me up. And I think ultimately that's what saved my life. But
Oh, good grief. Now I
at
can't
that
get this
point,
set up again. Okay,
at that
go ahead.
point, um, my mom, like when I told her about this later, she's like, it's impossible that you saw that because your eyes had already rolled to the back of your head. And she said she wasn't taking any of it really seriously until my eyes rolled to the back of my head. That's when she knew this was worse than what she thought.
Mm-hmm.
But that so after I was up and out of my body, the next thing I remember is being in a light. And the light was it was the brightest light that I'd ever seen. Um, but it wasn't blinding, it was comforting to the eyes. Like when you look at the moon, that comforting light of the moon, like as bright as the moon can be on the fullest of its, when it's at its fullest.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it was so bright, but not blinding. It was a comforting light, and the light had like every color within the light, but not one that stuck out more than the other. I was just aware of that. Um, excuse me. I wasn't alone in the light. I could sense that I wasn't alone, but I couldn't tell you who it was that was there with me. Um, there was this, and I refer to the light as source energy, because I could feel that. I knew that was source. That was where all
Right.
what we're all how
Mm-hmm.
we're all connected. We're all connected within this light. The the energy
Mm-hmm.
from this light is within everything. And
You are divine. Yes,
yeah, and the light, like
you are
the energy in
divine.
this light, like I was welcomed home. I knew I was home. As soon as I got there, I knew I was home. And I was welcomed with
And there's
un
no fear, and there's no pain, and
oh,
there's no
nothing.
judgment.
No, unconditional love. Just unconditional, zero judgment, like welcome home like you have never felt before. Um just yeah, it was surreal. But it was more real than here. So it's hard to explain, but it was much more real than here. I knew I was home, and I don't remember being given the choice to come or go or stay or leave. Um, I
I don't
feel like
either.
some people talk about this. I don't listen to a lot of near death experiences from people because I don't I don't want anything to alter my memory of my own experience. So I have heard a few, but I don't go down that rabbit hole because I really want to hold on to my own experience,
Right. Yeah.
and
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want anything to alter that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I have kind of this memory of a room that now listening to other people talk, like you were saying the other night about the library. I think
Mm-hmm.
I was in the library. There were these
Probably.
huge pillars, just huge, beautiful.
Looked
Um,
Tartarian, didn't it?
yeah, it was very like royal, like as if you were going to go through a
I'm
castle, you would
telling you.
imagine that this is what their library would look like. But I don't
I
remember.
think so.
I don't remember many details of it. Just a glimpse in my memory, and there was a lot from this experience that I wasn't allowed to remember,
Yeah,
and
you're not
and
allowed
there
to
was
remember everything if you come back.
yeah, and I'm aware that there were things that I was not allowed to remember based on that whole situation, but there was also a lot that I feel I wasn't able to remember because of the accident itself. And I'll get to that. But um, there was an upload. It was like
Mm-hmm.
this instant upload, or download. I'm not really a tech person. I don't know how
Download.
to explain it, but I would just
Somebody uploaded to you something, you downloaded it, whatever you want to call it. You
yeah,
just,
like being plugged into the
I did
source,
too. I had
right?
that
You're
too.
plugged into the source, and then the remembering. It's
Mm-hmm.
it's not information that's new to you. It's, oh yeah, I knew all this. Like this is
Yeah, you always knew that.
we
Oh, yeah.
always knew it. We just we can't
Just forgot it for a while. Yeah.
is the word conceptualize, like here as humans we're unable to, like we wouldn't be able to wrap our minds around the
Yeah.
complexity or the depth of everything there.
Right.
But
Yeah. We
but
have
we
a
know, like
limited
I know that
TV
you know
vision.
that I know, like I know, I know you, we know, we get it, but we can't
Yes,
put it
we
into
do.
words. How do you put that into words?
That's what everybody says, is that they try, and some of them do get quite eloquent, and yet you can't really describe it. You still really can't. Yeah.
Some things
And
some things I feel like I've come up with some pretty decent words to describe it or explain, but it really doesn't do it justice. Like I refer to that connection that we all have, and the chart. You know
mhm.
about the chart, the
the
spider
ch-
web, or the that connection of um,
the network, the
the
grid,
network. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I call that the mycelium,
it's a neural
because
network. Yeah, it is. It
right,
connects us all. Yes,
and anybody
like
who
a
doesn't
web
know
work.
about,
Yeah.
yeah, like a spider web, and it's kind of mapped out in a way that's almost like a choose your own adventure. So anybody who remembers the books, the choose your own adventure books, we have free will. We get to choose, make our choices, and do our thing. And for every choice that we make, there's a huge web around that choice of it's it's mapped out. So our big challenges, our major challenges and experiences are mapped out. The little things, we can go here and there, but there's
Fiddle around with
some,
them a little bit, but yeah.
yeah, but there's some big things
I got
that
to see that map. I got to
you
see the
did.
outside of it. Yes, I saw the outside of it.
That's interesting. I don't know if I got to see it, but I
I haven't
remember
mentioned,
the
I haven't told that story yet. That was a different time, but yes, I got to see it, and I knew that I was going to go into it, and that I was going to have experiences, and the object was to go in there and get through it and come back out. That, you know, and I could see other people in there, and I could see all these little branches. It looked like a giant nerve cell, tell you the truth. That's what I would liken it to, kind of. It was like a giant brain cell or something.
right, like mycelium.
Yeah.
So mycelium, for anybody who doesn't know about mycology, I guess you would call that the root system or uh, the nerves, or everything is connected. So in the forest, the trees, the plants, the flowers, the fungi, it's all connected with um, below. The mycelium is connected to everything, so everything communicates with each other through the mycelium, and that's the best way that I can describe the
So my
spider web or
celium's
the,
your celium and your celium's my celium.
yeah, yeah. And I think everybody's going to have their own way to describe that, because it's really kind of impossible to really describe it in a way that anybody who hasn't experienced it can fully understand. But to give anybody an idea, uh, the concept of it, and even that, I mean, our words are so limited here. Um,
Mhm.
it, it's
When I came back with a word, and I'm still. It was dendrite, And I'm like, dendrite? That's a brain cell, isn't it? Yeah, it is. And the
Interesting.
synapses, yeah,
The
and the
synapses, yeah.
firing, it would
Yeah,
fire off like it would fire between, and then there's gaps in between. There's little gaps in between, but you wouldn't necessarily see it from a distance.
yeah, interesting. So anybody who doesn't know what synapses are, I can describe that as the connection made. So when you form a new memory, or old memories are connected through synapses. When you
Mm-hmm.
form a new memory, uh, the connection is formed, and then you have that memory. So I probably didn't really describe that well, but yeah, it kind of goes along that same line.
It's pretty good. The synapses are the interconnection.
Yeah,
Yes.
like the mycelium.
Yes.
And so that was all. So there's there's a lot that I'm leaving out here, obviously.
Yeah,
But um,
obviously.
so when I was little, I used to wander in the woods alone in the Appalachian Mountains. And
I can't imagine you ever doing such a thing.
I know, isn't it crazy? Isn't that it's nuts to consider that was my childhood?
Yeah.
Um, so without going into all that, um, while I was in the woods, I would get messages, and I would come home and blurt it all out to my mother, and she would look at me like, "Who the F are you?" Uh, like she looked at me like I had two heads, and she's like, "What? Who told you that?" I'm like, um, "Nobody." "Well, where did you get that information?" I'm like, "The woods." "Who's in the woods with you?" "Uh, God." Like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm alone. Like, I didn't know how to answer that. And she would be like just shocked. I would tell her these things, messages I got from the woods, and it was
Oh,
about
just
life,
God.
like just things, life concepts that at a young age, there's no way that I could have known.
And
And
you can't tell anybody. They just don't get it.
oh my God, she would just look at me like I was insane. She's like,
Right. Everybody just looks at you funny, like, what the? Yeah, when you
yeah,
try to
yeah.
explain
And those a lot of those messages that I received in the woods were validated when I died.
it. Right.
Like one day I came home from the woods, and I told my mother that we're here with a purpose. We have purpose. Um, we're here to learn life lessons, um, and we're going to keep going through these experiences until we learn our life lessons. Hi, Bubba. Lay down. And she just like, what? Because my mom's very religious, so she wasn't really sure about that. But anyway, yeah, a lot of the stuff that I learned in the woods was validated when I died. And um I remember where I was going with that. uh okay, so I'm in this room. I'm gonna say the library. I don't know. Just after what you were talking about last night, it makes
Mhm.
sense.
It sounds like you were, from how
Yeah,
you're describing it. That's what it looks like. Yeah.
yeah. And
The
so
reason
that
we
was,
love the Tartarian, you guys, when you see the Tartarian stuff, you go, "Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, and you want to look and you want to linger. You want to look around. You
hmm.
want to see pictures and pictures because it looks like home. Because it looks like home."
Yeah, and it's funny because um, I know we had talked about, I had brought up psychotherapy the other night. Well, uh, one thing that we do in psychotherapy, with my doctor, who we're basically friends now, but she, when she got me to choose this place that, when we go into my childhood, it's kind of like a happy place. So
Mhm.
when we deal with the trauma, um,
Go to
there
your
is a
happy
yeah,
place.
well, there's
Yeah.
a side room that if this all gets too much, I can go out this door. And what is outside this door? Well, it's a library. You know, of course, it's a library,
Yes,
and
it
outside
is.
of the library is um, an amusement park, like with Ferris wheels and
Yes.
roller coasters and all this, but the
Oh my
like
gosh.
directly outside the door of the room where we deal with the trauma is a library. And so I can I can see it. I just like it's a simple library, but it's a library. It's stacked full of books. That so I can go in there, I calm down, and then I can go play in the amusement park. That's my Anyway, that's a little personal, but I just wanted to throw that out there. I thought it was interesting when you were talking about the
Well, we
library.
actually have places kind of like that, and some of them are filled with books, and some of them are filled with crystals, and some of them are filled with other stuff. But we
Mm,
have every single type of recording means that anybody's come up with lying around in the library, and you can like walk past all of them. And some of them you won't recognize as even
I
that's
love
what they are. But
I love that. I've always been drawn to books. Always,
mhm.
like the library. Anyways, I won't go
I,
too much
I
into that,
would
but
I would say probably most of us here are from there.
yeah.
Hmm.
Well,
That is not far from us. Like we're probably that's why you're here is because you're from there, right?
right, right, right.
Or you
Um,
wouldn't get along with us. We wouldn't get along so well here if it weren't
well, I
somebody
don't know
from
because
the
I'm a Libra, and apparently Libras get along with everybody. So, um, I
I'm
maybe would be getting
sad.
along with everybody, but the chat might not be so big. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I think really YJ Overlander says something interesting about a synapse looks like when you get static from walking in fresh socks on the carpet and you get your finger close to someone and a little bolt of lightning shoots out your finger and zaps them.
Yes, yeah.
Yes. And what do you think that little bolt?
And it forms a connection. And if you look at mycelium, it actually
Right.
kind of looks like
Isn't it
that too.
interesting that everything isn't connected like a hard wire, but that there are these little gaps?
Right, and it's easily damaged.
The spark
It's
has to
it's
fly
easily
across.
damaged, but it does repair. It can repair itself. So
Hmm.
it's kind of like that too. So along the lines of that choose your own adventure, if you choose left, well, now you have all these options. If you choose right, then you have all these options. Um, and it's kind of like a spider web, but not. It doesn't look like a spider web per se, but just in that sense that it's all connected in all these different ways.
And kind of like what Justin and Overland are talking about. I'm just going to read it off. It's like pathways in a neural network for those neurons to have synapses. Dendrites are branch protoplasmic extensions of nerve cells which can receive or emit electromagnetic signals. Dendrite is derived from the Greek word dendron, which means tree. A
Hmm.
synapse looks like when you get static, and I read that, tree. It looks like a tree. Now, here's an
Hmm.
interesting side note is that there's a story about the one they call Jesus in the Bible where he heals the blind man. And first, the blind man says, uh, I see men as trees walking.
Hmm.
Interesting. And then the one they called Jesus decided that he needed an adjustment and made an adjustment. And then he could see like other people. But at first, he was seeing the neural net that it's interesting that's not the only one either. There's an entity that I've met. I call her Tree Mother. And she looks like a walking tree.
Hmm.
She looks like a walking tree. She's very motherly. She looks like if a human were a tree. She must be a dryad. I'm guessing she must actually be a dryad.
Groot.
Yeah.
We are Groot.
So we are.
We are Groot.
So
It's the best line ever. Um, yeah, it's funny that you say that because a friend of mine who communicates with angels years ago, before I ever thought that this was ever a thing, she she kind of admitted to me that up on the hill there's a magic tree. She calls it a magic tree. And she goes and she connects to this tree and she said one day the tree spoke to her and it was clear as day and she had a whole conversation with this tree. So I guess
cool.
the tree was up in a field next to the farmer's field and it was sad. The tree was very sad and my friend asked her why she was sad and she said because every few days or every I don't know how often it is. I think it was every few days. Uh, she was watching her babies being murdered, and my friend was like, "What? what? What do you mean?" And the tree showed her all of her little babies would pop up, but because the roots are so deep and wide, the the babies would pop up in the field, and the farmer would come and mow the field down. So she was seeing her babies being murdered, and it
Mm-hmm.
made her sad. And
Mm-hmm.
my friend told me that, and I didn't question her because she'd already I already knew she communicated with spirits and angels and animals and well at the time not animals since yes at the time I communicated with animals but she um she was telling me this and I thought holy crap like this tree spoke to her. And then, excuse me, 2 years ago, a tree spoke to me, saved my life, actually. And I don't really share this with people. I've shared it a couple times online, but I was
I
standing.
remember this event. I remember you talking about, but go ahead and tell it. It's a
Yeah,
good one.
yeah. This tree saved my life. So I went to the river with my neighbor friend, and of course I go right into the river, and I'm standing there just like connecting. It's the first thing I do when I get in the river is
Mhm.
just I stand and connect. And from behind me, like something got my attention. So without turning my whole body, I turned my head and looked up to the tree, up to the near the top, and this big branch was sticking out. And I heard this this branch is going to fall soon. And I thought that that was my own voice. Like I thought that was my not my own voice, but my own thoughts seeing this old branch and I guess that I don't know. You try to justify these things, right? This is what was going on.
Right, right. I
I was trying to
often thought
justify
it was
like what
mine.
in the moment. It's just like oh, um,
Yup,
uh,
it's you. Yeah.
um, but then literally within seconds, I hear and this huge branch falls down. I take one step back and like at this point so okay so I don't know how to explain it so I'm where I'm standing the tree is almost behind me but to my right so I turn it's not really a step back I take it's a step forward but I turn my head to look up to the tree so I'm looking almost behind me and up to my right the branch I see the branch and I hear this branch is going to fall soon and within less than, it was 10 seconds less than 10 seconds I hear so I take one step so it's forward but it's like away from the tree and this huge branch comes down and it scrapes against my arm not bad I didn't get hurt but where I was standing, it would have knocked me out anyways. And it might have killed me
Windmaker.
depending on where it hit me because of all my previous accidents. It may have killed me. But the thing is where it landed in the kiddie pool. So it's not a pool, it's a river, but we've put rocks up kind of forming a little pool. We call it the kiddie pool. It's where little kids can go in the river and get in this little area safely where they can swim and play and they're safe. So we call it the kiddie pool. Well, that's where I was standing, and that it's usually in the summer loaded with kids. That tree would have killed somebody. Um,
Yeah.
so then it occurred to me something got my attention. I wasn't standing there looking up. I was standing in the river and something called me from behind, got my attention somehow, and I had to look up and behind me to look up at this branch. That didn't come from me. So who said that? That's when it hit me.
Hmm.
This bloody tree spoke to me. This tree saved my life. So it kind of
Yeah.
validates my friend's experiences with speaking to her tree. Um, as crazy as it sounded when she told me, I believed her because I have no reason not to. I trust my friend. She's, you know, I've had enough experiences with her to know that she's legit. And I've had my own experiences enough to know that crazy things happen in my life that I can't explain.
Yeah.
And
Crazy as it sounds, it still can happen.
right, right. And I
Mm.
even don't even like calling it crazy because it kind of invalidates the experience. And
Right?
it's not crazy. It's maybe
No,
crazy to somebody
it's
who
the way
isn't
things
open
are.
to it, but um,
It's the
we
way
have
things actually are that people
right.
just can't quite handle yet because they've
Yeah,
been indoctrinated to believe that in science. And the thing is I think it's really the abuse of science. Science should really be about finding out about what really is, not trying to prop up your theory, you
right. But
know?
science now is political. It's for sale. And I like to cling on to this idea of science, because that's how I was raised: logical, rational, you know, reasonable. But the truth is, science now, and maybe always
So
has been,
what?
but science is for sale. It's political, um, we really anyway, I won't go too deep into that, but I
Yeah,
was just
follow the
reading his.
science. Who said that? Oh,
No, you know
political.
what they say, trust the science, but nobody trusts, scientists don't even
Trust
trust
the
the science. That's
science.
how science works. You challenge the science and then
You
you come to new
challenge the science.
conclusions.
Yeah.
Yeah. You push the
Science is
limits and
to
you learn new
challenge things.
science.
You're supposed to learn something. You're supposed to experiment. You're supposed to,
Right.
yeah, you're
Yeah.
not trying to prove, and you know what? They'll get a thing in their head that must be true. It's their pet theory. And then they'll only look at stuff in the light of, does it prove my theory
Right. Right.
that I want to be true? And,
Yeah, and
it's
anybody who
like,
has enough money can pay for the results of any science to say anything they want.
right?
So, anyway, I just wanted to say here because I was reading some comments, and this takes me back to mm, the near-death experience. So, YJ said, consciousness, when you have a connection with other consciousness, the language is universal. It's not even a language; it's just knowing at the same time. And
Hmm.
just in case, Dad says communication via speech or writing is so and it
Yes.
excuse me, it's so accurate. So that's the other thing is when I died, um there was a lot of communication that happened. It was all telepathic. uh
Yep.
Nothing was spoken verbally.
Yep.
And that's how a lot of my dreams, when I have some crazy dreams that I won't get into that either right now, but have dream experiences. It's really deep. um but how we communicate on the other side is all telepathic. So yeah, the communication via speech or writing is so bloody
It's
slow.
real
Now
slow
it's slow
and
if you
imprecise
yeah, it's so limited. It's limiting.
and limited. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that was something that I came when I came back from this experience. Um, I knew that the Bible limits God.
Yes.
Because
I'd say
whatever
the
people
same
are out
thing.
there saying that God is this and God is that, no, we're limiting God by saying this stuff. The creator or source uh, is infinite and unlimited.
Right.
So I won't go down that rabbit hole too deep because I know through, this is part of the reason why I don't share my experience because of, you know, the
Mhm.
preconceptions that people have, uh,
I
indoctrination. I'll
know.
say the
I
indoctrination.
know. And
But
really, yeah, I mean, but I know what you're talking about is my way of saying it is just God is everything. Every
yeah,
single thing that exists is God. That's
yeah, and
why
even when people say
God is all
he,
knowing, all
like,
seeing, all powerful. It's because God is everything. That's all there is
right,
to it.
right, and it's like when people say he when they're referring to God, it's like no, God is not a man.
No,
We
or a
we
woman.
had it all wrong. God is not a man. God is a man and a woman and everything. God, anything and everything. That light held it all. And
Well, I wanted to just interject here. I think what happened there is we have this concept of God and we've almost got the right concept, but then somebody comes along with a religion. The problem is the religions were not talking about the God, the
just a
God,
God.
the gods,
Yeah.
a whole different thing. They might even be creator gods. They
Right.
might
And
be
that
creators,
is
but
thank
they're
you,
not
thank you, thank you.
the
That's
God.
yeah.
We
That's
all
the other
kind of
thing.
know that.
That's the
So
other
when
thing that
they
I
talk
wanted to
about,
say
yeah,
because my experience was my experience. I can't say that what I experienced everybody is going to experience. I think that we're all going to have a unique experience, just based on the few near deaths that I have heard. Uh, I think we're all going to have, within some limits, I think we're all going to have our own experience. And I can't say that what happened to me is going to happen to anybody else. So, for people who are thinking like, oh, when I die, this is exactly no, this is what happened for me. And before I died, I hated God. And I don't like to use the word hate. I was raised not to use that word. That's the worst word ever in how I was raised. But um, I hated God. I was so mad at God because when I was in grade 8, I came in and okay, so before I say that, I was I was raised in the church, Sunday school every Sunday, church. I was indoctrinated. Okay, um, and in grade
me
8,
too. And I really pissed off some people when I
yeah,
ask all
me
the wrong
too,
questions.
me too. Um, and in grade
My
8,
soul was
I
constantly
showed
in
up to
need of saving.
class. Sorry, pardon?
I said my soul was constantly in need of saving. I had to be born again and again and again and again. Mm-hmm. Once wasn't
Yeah,
enough.
yeah. If they only knew my teenage years, but in grade 8, we showed up to class, and it was history class, and my teacher was passing around these papers, and it was showing Neolithic, Paleolithic, all the cavemen, all the evolution. So now I'm looking at this and going, what is this? And he starts telling us about the theory of evolution. Wait a minute, somebody's lying here. So either the church and Sunday school and family, everybody there was lying, or the school is lying. So in my eyes at that moment, everybody was lying and I couldn't trust anybody.
As
I
I
just,
came to the same conclusion.
and I was mad
Right.
because how could God allow me to be lied to? Whether it was the school or the church or my family, whoever it was, I was lied to. How could God allow that to happen? So I was so mad at God. And I excuse me, I questioned, then I questioned everything. That's that moment, everything was on the table to be questioned. And so
Which is
when I
probably a
died,
very good thing, actually.
yeah, it was, yeah. And um so when I died hating God. So anybody who says you need to accept Jesus into
You
your
need
heart
to
to be
love the
accepted, yeah,
Lord and
you'll
accept the
never
Lord as your Savior.
right. Or you'll spend eternal life in damnation. No,
No,
nothing could be further than the truth.
no,
Excuse me. It was an unconditional, like I can't stress how unconditional that love was, and
right.
the acceptance and the zero judgment. Everything was
It pisses me off to
with
hear
reason.
people do these rants, these religious rants. These fire and brimstone preachers are full of hell
Yeah,
themselves.
right. And
That is the problem. They are, I think, demonically influenced themselves.
and maybe they're going to manifest that experience for themselves, but I
Yes,
don't give that any energy at all.
they certainly could. They certainly could manifest. You know what? You can. You're a
Yeah,
creator.
yeah,
And you know
yes.
what I noticed? I noticed that mostly the people who saw hell, actually, I did do research on this. I researched it. I read books about it. I listened to people talk about it. I did that because I wanted to compare it to what I had, what I wanted to see how it stacked up with what. And I noticed, oddly enough, that the people who were talking about hell, I don't know why, but they were all destined to be on some televangelist show. But a lot of people who sent their experiences in these books and everything, and on it later on the videos and stuff, and in movies, said hardly anybody ever, people didn't see hell. I mean, it's funny how the only people that were seeing hell for a long, long time, the only ones I could find were the ones that were on the televangelist shows. The
Yeah, you
ones
know,
that
my
were
mom watches this television. I can't even say the word televangelist. Is that the word? She watches
uh,
this woman and like religiously, no pun intended. Like she loves this woman, and I'm all about, I am all about love, okay? Um with there's a little but there. Um she's being brainwashed, and she
yeah.
doesn't see it, but she lives in fear, and she speaks about
Oh, I know.
fear
That
of
is
God. My mom is always saying fear of God. I say, Ma,
fear of
God is
God.
the
You're
one thing that
afraid
you
of
don't have
God.
to fear. When you
Yeah,
live
it's
in fear, you can't
terrible.
live in love. Fear
Right.
fear is like the opposite of love. You can't have this unconditional love
I'm
where there
so
is fear.
sorry for people who are afraid of their God. That's so
Right.
sad. It's so sad. God
That is the
fearing
last
people.
thing that you need to fear.
That's what gets some of these people, some of these souls stuck that I have to unstick. They're afraid of God. They're afraid to
No
go
doubt.
on because
No
they're afraid
doubt.
of
Yeah.
God. And I'm like, you don't have to be afraid of God. I've been there. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid of God. God is not going to hurt you. God has
No.
absolutely no intention of that.
We're
There's
like
really no concern
you're a
in
part
that.
of that light. You are part of that.
Right. You're part of that. That
Like when
wouldn't
people
make
say
any
you are
sense.
God, it's not like it's
It's not like I am God. No, it's like
right. But you
you're
are
God.
God. Like
You're God.
you are God. You are part of God is
Mhm.
creator. The creator is in everything.
Cowboys God too.
Yeah,
Hate
that's
to tell
right.
you, even the people you don't like are God. The things you don't like are also still God.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is God, a manifestation. Let me tell you
Those are the things that
something.
you're going to learn from. Those things that we don't like are the things
Hmm.
that we're going to learn from. They challenge us.
Hmm. Those are our challenges. Oh well, thank you, Ben. Ben says, "What a fantastic and profound show." Thanks, ladies.
Oh,
Well,
curtsies to
thank
you.
you, Ben. I'm
Thanks for
so
listening
glad
to
that.
us.
this is the kind of discussion I enjoy myself, actually.
Well, I
And
think I do too because I'm enjoying it, but I don't talk about it with anybody, and I don't even talk hardly. That's why I'm losing my voice because I don't speak much. But but I do. This is I really am enjoying this. So thank you
and
so
the
much for
funny thing
having me.
is, I have heard Pam talk. You sound a lot like Pam. Pam
I
sounds a
do.
lot, has a similar voice. Yes.
Oh, Pammy should get on, and then we'll
Pammy
confuse
has,
everybody with
sometimes
who's
sounds a lot
speaking.
like you. Yeah. I have talked to her on that. Yeah. It's interesting because I'm like, wow, you sound a lot like Pam.
Oh,
And Overlander made something that I have said a lot. The biblical God is an Anunnaki. The Holy Spirit is the real God. Well, there are a few things about that I could dissect and talk about, but just the initial statement, the biblical God is an Anunnaki, probably Enlil, the one who wanted to kill people, the one who was so mean
it's that
and judgmental, was probably Enlil.
controlling thing. That's
Hmm.
yeah. I feel like I think I've been saying that word wrong. I always pronounce it well to myself in my head. Anunnaki.
Anunnaki or Anunnaki. I don't know how it's actually supposed to be, but I've heard it both ways. I used to say Anunnaki, and people didn't said no, it's Anunnaki. It's like, oh, okay, Anunnaki,
Anunnaki is
Anunna
yeah.
gods,
Yeah, it's just looks
the
like
gods of the
Anunnaki to
Anunna.
me, but but there's so many different pronunciations of
Anunnaki
different words
sounds
too.
right though too to me for some reason.
I think oh, it's one of
Um,
those words that when you hear it, you know what the person's trying to say.
yeah. Um,
Right,
Overland is
just in
saying,
case that says your God is not an argument for self-worship, though. Yeah,
right.
that's right. That's right. There's a fine line there, isn't there?
Well, it's interesting because that's supposed to be one of the worst things you can do is declare that you are God. That's ultimate blasphemy.
Ultimate, yeah.
Yeah,
But in
and
reality,
in
we are a
reality,
part
it
of
is the
God. Yeah,
truth.
yeah.
It's just the
Like
truth.
I don't know if you guys know about the song, Dolly Parton's song, "A Coat of Many Colors," but
Yes.
that's
Yeah.
another way that I describe to people how I tried with my mom to explain to her this because she couldn't quite understand what the mycelium was. But the coat of many colors, we make up this beautiful coat with pieces of material from all over, all sewn together. So we're all connected, but we're all separate too, but we're all connected. And we make up this one giant, big, beautiful, practical coat. And that's kind of another explanation
Another
I
way of
use for
looking at
the
it.
mycelium. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's interesting how our brains, our nervous system, when, if you've ever seen a picture, well, or a drawing of what our nervous system looks like, it looks a lot like a tree.
Yeah.
It really does. And our cells, our brain cells, look a lot like structures you see in a tree. And mycelium, once again, it's um, obviously there's a connection, and there's some central designer in all this, which is us. We're designing this. We designed all this, by the way. Uh,
Yeah. And it all comes from source or
yes, which
creator.
is also from source. Yes,
Yeah.
coat fragments like pins on a map of everywhere you've been. Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's also been called. There's some ladies who ended up calling it the net of light,
Okay. Yes.
and they're they have a whole thing about casting the net of light and helping to energize it. So, in order to connect it here more, and I don't remember a whole lot about it, but I was in a group that was practicing that for a while, was kind of an interesting thing to think of. And it is so what do we liken it to? Because there is nothing like it. We liken it to branches of a tree, we liken it to a spider's web, we liken it to our own brain cells. It's really not exactly like any of that, but it is. But that's the reason it is because it is a common creator, which everything is branching off of. Everything is budding off of. Everything is making iterations off of. And if you look at a fractal, you'll see it buds other versions of itself. So, you know, and that's another really deep rabbit hole. I'm not going to go down that tonight, but everything you're saying kind of feeds right into that. Is that the people we hear about being, gods and goddesses are not the God, although they were gods comparatively. We look like gods to somebody. We've already accepted that, probably. I mean,
Right, look at ants. Ants must look at us like, I don't know, I can't, maybe ants don't even see us, to
they
be
might
honest.
not even really have much of an awareness of it. We're probably
Yeah.
way too big. It'd be like, if we had creatures miles tall, would we even comprehend that, be able to comprehend that? And yet that's supposedly in the first yuga, no, in the first, rather, in the first age. There was ages and yugas in the first age, according to the Upanishads or the Mahabharata. Um, the ages are where we're doing good, and the yugas are where we're not doing good. And so it swings back and forth for some reason. And in the first golden age, then people were miles tall, it says. We did a show on this. If you didn't see this show, it's one of the shows with Paul Christian. Go back and check this show out. It's very interesting what came out of that show. I'm telling you, some of these shows get pretty. Why do you think I called it deep woo? Hmm? When I say we do the deepest of woo, that's what we do. Do I
Oh yeah,
lie?
we go deep.
I do not lie. We are deep here. We will go there. We will not just pussyfoot around it and go, well, but it's good. No, we're going to say what we experience, which is why I say, please, please be kind to the experiencers. They're coming forth with their experience, and it's not easy
Yeah, we
to
could go
do that.
deeper too.
Oh, yes.
We're taking it
Yes.
easy on everybody.
We could take another. We could take a whole nother level here, and we'd be here until next Tuesday, pretty much.
YJ says, this mycelium you speak of that's metaphorical for our pathways, while you can picture it in 3D, it must be 4D or higher because time and space is not an impediment. And I'm not able to describe myself. I'm unable to describe the experience in a way that actually articulates it properly. Like it's I don't know how I
Sorry.
would describe that um, to actually explain the reality of it.
Well, mycelium, it turns out, might be the whole reason why we have life on this planet.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
in itself, it communicates with everything. So, well,
Right.
YJ knows this. You know,
Right.
the roots, the trees, the plants, the flowers, everything. You know, it's communicating together with the fungi. Um, but here in the now, how we're all connected, we're all speaking, um, or thinking. Our thoughts have energy to them. So
Hmm.
how can I explain that? Every time we say something to somebody, even though it might seem mundane, or this is just in the moment, doesn't matter. Well, it's going to have an effect, and it's going to. We put energy into something, it's going to grow and build energy and push, and it kind of becomes that, choose your own adventure. It
Right.
becomes a choice.
You push that button.
Yeah, it pushes the button. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like pushing the button. It's like or moving the, controls on the game. Yeah, on the game
Yeah, and
controller.
and I'm guilty of it too. If I'm not in a good headspace, especially with the internet, we just people are strangers and say stupid things, and and sometimes I can't bite my tongue and I say something, and I ought not do that. uh, but we're humans, and
Right.
to err is human. But
Well,
there's those moments where if I could just bite my
it must
tongue.
also be divine. You know what? I just realized that's got to be wrong. Then the saying that we have to forgive is divine. I don't know. Maybe no, that's right. To err is human, to forgive is divine. And we do both.
Right, and then
Mm.
we must forgive ourselves too. That's the hard part, right?
That is the biggest thing is forgiving yourself. Yes. That's usually the hardest one and one of our final things that we have to do is finally after we've forgiven everybody else, we still have to get through ourselves.
Yeah.
We've got a question. At the risk of sounding stupid, Ben asks, I have a question. What are Bigfoot or aliens? I'm not sure how
I can
he's
share with you
asking.
I can share with you the science that's been discovered. Everything else is the word conjecture. Is that the word? It's
Probably
opinion. The rest is opinion.
opinion
So
or experience.
right, which ultimately,
We have some
um,
experiencers that have experienced them, and so we can
yeah.
say some of it, but we can't.
I can share the science with you, and only in part because I'm not a
Mhm.
scientist, so I don't have it all memorized. But in the study, in the Ketchum study, the mitochondrial DNA, this was over 130 samples were tested, and the mitochondrial DNA came back as human female, and the rest was unknown. So anybody out there who is saying it's this or it's that, well, that's false. We don't know. Um, the mitochondrial is from the mother's side. That's human female, and so they are a human. That doesn't make them human like us. They are a type of human, and
Yeah, it
and
turns out there are different types of humans. They're a
yeah,
human species.
yeah, and allegedly, from the study, they discovered that they came after us, which goes completely against what I
What a
really
lot of people
believed.
would think. Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah.
Really? Now, who brought that out?
Um,
Do you remember?
the Ketchum study was done.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember exactly when it was done, but excuse me, if you look into the Ketchum study, you'll find information. And David Paulides actually shared on Coast to Coast, an older episode. He shared the science of it, and there were details that he brought up that I hadn't heard before. Um, like, well, the fact saying that they came after us, which only makes sense if the mitochondrial DNA is human female, then obviously we came first because human female is the mother. So
I could make a dirty joke right now, but I'm not going to.
do it. We love dirty jokes around here.
Well, okay. I mean, you just said she came first. She came first.
I'll bite my tongue.
Okay, but that's just the way my mind works, folks. Now you know.
I think if it weren't for the
Just a tip.
concussion, yeah, if it weren't for the concussion, I probably would have made that joke first.
Yeah, I know. We'd be scrambling over each other.
Right.
Yeah, I
Oh,
know.
James always just keep talking because
Yeah,
uh
James, you know what? People tell me the same thing. They have told me, you say great things, and it's when I'm kind of babbling,
uh
you
James
know,
says I always say
or
something stupid. James,
rambling.
I personally say stupid
Hmm.
things every day. My
Say
mouth
a
doesn't
few
stop
stupid
when I
things
do
every day.
start.
It might be brilliant. Look, really, I mean, honest, maybe you're being brilliant. How do you know we're being, how do you know it's being stupid? Do you know that's another access consciousness thing? We know a lot more than we think we do. We could be thinking we're stupid when we're actually being brilliant.
Right. I just YJ here says I believe that the Sasquatch came first, but it's very possible that the Bigfoot we have on Earth now are still being genetically manipulated by aliens. See that my gut. So I listen to my gut. Okay, I've been actively working on that connection in my instincts.
Right.
Again, because I had that when I was little, and then years working on the hamster wheel. I've reconnected to my gut, and my gut tells me that there were uh, an an older race of Sasquatch that like how we have older races of humans or different
Yeah, like Denisovans
right,
and
right,
whatever. Yeah.
exactly. And I think personally, this is just opinion, this is not science at all. I think that the study the studies that are being done, I think, are on the newer Sasquatch, which would make sense that, you know, if it's I don't even want to finish that because I don't know anything. Okay, I really don't know anything. I know nothing. But
Well, it's interesting because really, although we don't know anything, we know everything. We do, though. No, we just can't get to it. It's
right, that's
we
that's
can't
that's
quite
a
get
good
to it.
it's a very good description about how I feel with this concussion because I was already limited before this. And now I'm just feel so limited, like I can't access the words or the the knowledge. Like it's in a bubble and I need to crack it open. But anyway,
Yeah, brain fog's
yeah.
like that. When I get brain fog, it's horrible. It feels so bad.
Oh,
It's like
I lived with
brain
that for
fog.
years.
Oh
Um,
Lord,
I
that's
have
horrible.
celiac disease. So
Hmm.
with celiac disease, you're living in a brain fog and you don't even know it until you stop coming in contact with
And
gluten,
then
and
when you
then
stop, you're like,
the brain
holy
fog goes
crap.
away, and you're like, "Holy shit! I didn't know I was living with this."
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's funny because if I go down and eat at the soup kitchen, I'll get brain fog again right away and I will feel sick. And they're
Yeah,
not they're not doing anything really bad. I mean, it's not that they're trying to hurt anybody or anything, but I can't eat that
right,
stuff.
of course.
It'll make me sick. It'll make me sick and I won't be able to think worth a damn. I can't hardly put shit together. And I didn't know that was doing that to me. And
Do you
imagine how many people it's doing that to and they don't know it because until you get away from it, you don't know.
right? And doctors aren't pushing to test for celiac disease, but like 99% of the population who suffer from celiac disease go undiagnosed. So that's not saying that 99% of the people out there have celiac. That's saying that 99% of the people who are suffering from it are not being diagnosed. So they're being treated for their symptoms, excuse me, and they're being they're taking medications and they're actually ultimately getting cancer and dying and among other disease or other things that so if you if you look up celiac disease symptoms, there's like over 300 symptoms of celiac disease. Excuse me. So people are going around with all these symptoms. They're being treated for the symptoms, but ultimately they have celiac disease. So it doesn't matter what you do. If you continue to consume gluten and you have celiac disease, you are killing yourself. It's like consuming arsenic.
Yes.
Um, and doctors
Yes.
aren't automatically going, well, we're going to test for celiac. And the ones that do test for celiac, a lot of them will say, okay, we want you to stop eating gluten and see how you feel. Well, that's dangerous because if you stop eating gluten, you're not going to the extremes that a celiac would need to in order to avoid gluten. So yes, you're going to feel better when you're not eating gluten because gluten is an inflammatory. It's just an additive.
Hmm.
There's no nutritional value to it. Your body is not getting anything from it, but it is an inflammatory. So even if you don't have celiac, you're going to feel better off of it. So then you're gonna decide, well, I feel better without it, so I'm just not going to eat it. But you're not going to be very strict about it because you don't think that you have to be. You're not looking into it as deep as you ought to, and you haven't been diagnosed. So you're still getting cross contamination from all these things in your kitchen, using a gluten toaster or whatever you're doing. So you're still ingesting gluten in trace amounts, and trace amounts cause damage to the villi. So the villi are the little fingers in your lower intestine. So as you consume your food, by the time it gets down, the villi are what pulls the vitamins and nutrients into your body. And
Hmm.
so if you're consuming even trace amounts of gluten and you have celiac, the tips of those are sorry, not just the tips, the villi themselves are damaged. So you're no longer getting the vitamins and nutrients into your body. Um, yeah, so there's a, there's a, that's a whole other rabbit hole that, like, I don't know, I'm just like yammering on
Right.
here. But anyways, your best bet is to be tested for celiac, get
Oh
screened
dear.
if you want to know. And it's hard to get screened, so you just tell your doctor, well, my sister or my cousin or somebody in the family, like you mentioned, your cousin, your sister, your brother, or whoever was diagnosed. They're not going to look into your family history. So you tell them
Hmm.
somebody close to your family or within your family group um, was diagnosed. So now you're all needing to be screened. They cannot
Right.
argue with you. They cannot argue with you. If you say that, they have to test you for celiac. So blood work or biopsy. Biopsy is more accurate, but don't stop eating gluten until you find out if you have celiac. Because if you don't have celiac, good. Then, if you want to stop eating gluten, great. Do whatever you want. You don't have to be so strict about it. But if you find out you have celiac disease, it's very serious, and you need to replace most of your kitchen. Like anything plastic. Gluten leaches into the plastic. Pans with scratches. What else? Just so much. It's a really big deal. I don't eat anything that I haven't cooked for myself, which is fine because I can cook. But
Hmm.
it's kind of annoying a little bit sometimes, you know. But once a
Justin,
year I'll go
yeah,
for sushi.
Justin sent me something about all these additives in food, and I'm there, dude. I know about this. Why do you think I make most of my own food myself with my ingredients? Is because I know that there's a lot. I mean, periphery shopping is the only safe way to get. I mean, and that isn't even entirely safe. But you know what they call periphery shopping, which is around the outside track, because all of the stuff in the inside
Poison.
of that is just it's all bad. It's
Yeah,
all bad for you. All that
yeah.
crap, you know? And I hate to say, but for a while, everybody thought grains were so good. Grains were so not, grains
They
are
were
not
pushing
that
it.
good.
Yeah, they were pushing it, and there's a lot of whistleblowers now explaining about why certain things were pushed, like um,
Oatmeal,
they
whole
yeah, they
wheat.
put out the studies studies for this and studies for that. Well, you're not getting all the studies. You're getting the studies put out by the people who paid to have the studies done. So if you're the milk company and you're paying to have a study done about like
Mhm.
why milk is good for you, well, you're going to put out the study that shows that milk is good for you, but you're
Right.
not going to put out the study that shows the the rest of it, right? You're just going to scrap that one and you're just going to say, "Here, I have this money. I'm putting it into this. Boom, push the milk." Right?
Yep. Of course. Now
And
this is another strange thing, though. I actually seem to find milk healing too. Somebody else who was saying, James Oritz, milk is good for. You know what? I don't have trouble with. I actually have trouble if I stay away from milk too long. I start to miss it, and I notice I feel better when I have it. I don't think all of us react the same way to dairy or gluten or anything.
no, definitely not. Yeah, yep. We have like it's our genes, not our genes, but our genes can switch on these I don't, I'm going to say it's a light switch. Okay, so excuse me. So I have autoimmune, and excuse me, that was flipped on because of stress and trauma. And
Hmm.
it's not that these things come from your family in a genetic way that like, oh, your parents had this, so you're gonna have it. Um, you you're like kind of conditioned with certain things, so it happens. So Kayla, I don't know how to, I've posted videos on my MeWe the last couple of days, and there's some really interesting stuff in there about this, but I can't articulate it. But it doesn't mean that you're going to get it necessarily, but stress is a huge factor that will flip the light switch for an autoimmune disease. And once it's
Absolutely.
on, apparently, allegedly. I don't know if I buy into that, but this is what they say. Once it's flipped on, it's on. So
Once it's
so if you're
flipped on,
gluten
it comes
sensitive,
on, and then it takes a heck of a lot to unflip it. You can unflip it, but
see,
you
I
can't
want to
flip it the
believe
other
that. I
way.
want to believe that you can unflip it. I really want to believe that. So I'm going to
It
choose to
takes some
believe that.
doing, though.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm really trying. So I'm gonna believe that I can flip it. But here's the thing: is if you're gluten intolerant and you continue to consume gluten, you will flip that switch. It's a different form of stress, but it is a stress that will flip that switch. And
Hmm.
another thing is the tips of your villi are what make it possible for you to digest lactose. So if you're consuming gluten and your villi are being damaged, you might present first as lactose intolerant, um, and that's because the tips of your villi are so damaged that you're not able to digest. But once you
Can
find
I
out,
insert, just inserting something here? I've mentioned this product before, and I'm going to mention it again because it really is very helpful, and it helped get my ankles down from being thankles, which are ankles the size of my thighs, to ankles that are almost normal size now. But it's
good for
taken
you.
years. One of the products that I use is called um, Zeolite, and it's called Regal Zeolite. And Regal Zeolite's the only one I trust. Okay. But zeolite absorbs the toxins and can actually help you get through this horrible period when you're, like I said, it helped me with the inflammation, helped with the swelling, helped with, if I hadn't have done that, might have been dead by now because I was swelling so bad that my thighs and my ankles were the same size.
Oh my,
It was
that
horrible.
sounds painful.
It was. It was like having casts on both legs. It was like having casts on both feet.
Like every step hurts.
My feet were like two sizes bigger than they'd normally be.
Oh,
And I had swelling around my face too. I had swelling in my arms. I had swelling all over the place. Nobody looks at it that way. It seems like I couldn't get anybody to look at that and say, what is going on here? Now, there's a couple of things. You can take the Ztox. Ztox, Regal Ztox. If anybody wants to try it, I will give you even a picture of it. I still use it. The other thing is, they say that C60 also works, and you can get C60 very cheap these days. Used to be like $400 or something. You could get it off of one of these shows that I used to watch. I think it was either Leak or Project, or it was Jeff's show. I can't remember. But it used to, but you know what? It's like you really don't need to get that particular one. You can actually get um, buckyballs, which is the same thing. It's fullerene. And fullerene also traps toxins and takes it out of your blood. So it's a type of charcoal. So basically, you can, and I would say, especially since we've had this spike protein thing from the unmentionable, you guys might want to try some of this stuff. Okay, you might want to get you some of this, and if you're ailing, see if it helps you stop ailing. Okay, that's my little commercial. I don't get any kind of money from it, but honestly, if you want any help with that, let me know. I'll show you some of the products that I've found. But I'm sure Bomber and I could probably do, between us, we could do a whole herbal food supplement show,
Right.
cooking supplement. We probably,
YJ,
maybe we
YJ,
ought to
that's
do
that's
that
what she
over
said.
on Frugal B1TCH. Probably we should do that, Bomber. I'll go over to Frugal B1TCH and get that channel started,
Yeah,
get that party
when
started.
my brain starts working again, that would be great. My brain feels like it's locked up right now, but YJ, that's what
Yeah.
she said. I've been watching The Office just for shits and giggles
Mhm.
when I'm feeling down. I don't know if you guys watch The Office, but I really highly recommend watching it from beginning to end. So now when I see things like what YJ said there, I hear that's what she said.
That's what she
Michael
said. That's what he's. I
Michael
was
Scott.
saying that though a long time ago. My friend John from way back in college used to make those jokes. That's what he says. That's what she said.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Just the tip
um,
is not new either.
no, it's never just the
No,
tip.
no, that's not new.
Oh
That's his
lordy.
chemicals. Um, Poor monkey. Yeah, honestly, you know what? We have, wow, and we have been on fire. We've been on for 3 hours and 12 minutes and something.
Holy Lord. Well, excuse me.
That's okay. I don't mind. I'm fine with this. This is my jam, man. This is my
Okay.
kind of discussion. I'm fine with this. I'm cool. I'm not running out because I'm here in my room. I've got everything plugged in so I could be here. I could walk away, let you guys keep chatting, let you keep talking a little bit, come back, you know, no
Well, I guess
problem to me. So, not a big deal. Uh, we've got very smart people in our chat. Oh my goodness, we have incredibly informed and wise and smart people
yeah,
in our
I
chat.
feel like I'm not qualified to be on the show talking about anything. Like there's really
No,
intelligent
you
people in
are.
the
You're
chat,
very
and
qualified.
I'm up here like la la la.
To tell you the truth, anybody in this chat right now is qualified to be on this show, honestly. They all have something very special.
It's
Uh,
true. Everybody in the chat. It's true.
Very special people. Special. You're so special.
Hmm.
You're special. That
Yeah,
doesn't
there's
mean riding on a short bus.
all great
Special. Not
people.
okay. Yeah, and I love talking to him. That's what I say. Even when I don't feel too great, I still come on and do the show. For a while there, I really could not get my mind. You know what? I don't know what happened. Well, I kind of do. But for a while, I was swelling again, and I couldn't get the swelling hardly to come down. Um, and I wasn't on very much due to that. I was kind of afraid. I'm like, what the hell am I doing? What the hell is going on here that I'm swelling again because I've done everything? It turns out that the next step was getting rid of the processed flour and sugar.
Oh, sugar is poison. And I say that as a complete hypocrite because I do have a sweet tooth, But sugar
Me
is
too.
poison. And again, it kind of goes back to, like, the people, the sugar companies, they put out these studies like, oh, it's okay, you can have this much sugar. No, no, no. Sugar is poison. And we're out there consuming it like, oh, a little bit won't hurt, but it literally is poison. Um, and once you realize that, if you can cut it out, it's like a drug, right? I mean, we all have our vices. Um,
And I'm not sure. Trying to cut it all out at once, and and some people have said to do that, but you know what? That's really hard. Not only that, but
I don't think it's good
you
for you to
have
cut anything cold
withdrawals.
turkey. I learned something a few years ago. I flipped a autoimmune switch by doing something cold turkey. I quit smoking cigarettes, drinking coffee, and drinking alcohol all in one day because I said I want to quit smoking cigarettes. I can't have a drink without a smoke, and I can't have a coffee without chain smoking. So I have to quit it all. So I quit it all at once, and I flipped the switch. I think that's what flipped the switch for the fibromyalgia. Um, that that like, stress is not just a emotional thing. Stress
No.
stress is a physical thing. So the switches that flip for the autoimmune can be anything from a car accident to traumatic emotional stress to something like that, where you put your body under immense
All
stress.
of a
Like,
sudden, you shock yourself. You shock your body.
exactly, exactly. I don't think, just based on, and I was always a believer in cold turkey. I was that person always saying, "Oh, you want to quit? Just quit. Just
Well,
decide to do it and just do it." I was that asshole, okay? Like, don't be that asshole. Don't
mhm.
like don't do what I did. Okay? Learn from what
Don't
I
be that
learned.
asshole. Be another asshole. Oh no, don't be
Yeah,
that asshole either.
be a
Be
different
don't
kind of be a
be a
different
different
kind.
body
Yeah.
part. Hey, you be a different body part right now.
Yeah, YJ,
Yeah.
I'm the same, and I just bought a bag of chocolate chips, okay? Like, I I don't bake very often, like once or twice a year, but I thought, okay, this big bag of chocolate chips, I'm gonna make some chocolate chip cookies, and I'll pop some chocolate chips in there, and
Come here,
I don't,
baby.
stupid thinking like that. Like, it's not a good idea. I don't know what it was, that little devil inside going, it's
The
okay.
chocolate
Hey,
chips. The chocolate
hey, it's
chips.
okay. It's not okay.
Oh yeah.
So instead of even
I will
even
tell you
using
right
them,
now, I have got dark chocolate cashews. You try to come between me and my dark chocolate cashews,
yeah, see, that wouldn't
there's
even
gonna be
exist in my
blood.
apartment for longer than a day, because I would binge them, and then it would be like, why did I do that? I feel so sick from this.
I'm not a binger. I'm really not a binger. That's the thing. I don't binge.
I don't do it
I don't.
often, but if I had chocolate covered cashews here, they I
Cowboy,
wouldn't. I
don't
wouldn't
binge.
have them anymore. So I just don't buy that stuff at all because, mind you, I say that, and I'm
Because you
telling
can't
you,
get
in
by
this
with it.
in the last sentence, I bought a bag of chocolate chips, which don't exist anymore. So I just
There's
don't. I
baby.
can't.
There's my boy. He wanted to say hi. He insists.
Hi,
Insists.
Bubba's.
Eating chocolate chip. He would be, if he was ice cream, he would be Manx Mellow Dark Chocolate Chunk. There you go. That's a new flavor, and I think we should have a flavor, cowboy flavored. And I think it should be Manx Mellow Dark Chocolate Chunk. It's a little chonky, but anyway, there you
Little
got.
squisher flip.
Now his fans can rest easy.
He's
He's
been
been
on
on
camera.
now, and you can see he's fine.
There has
Yeah,
been a
he's been on.
cowboy sighting.
Yes, chocolate and carob have much too much potassium. Yeah. So yeah, you know what? There's something about it, and I can go for days without chocolate, and then all of a sudden, if you get between me and chocolate, somebody's gonna get hurt. You know,
Yeah, I can go
I
months.
don't know why. I just and don't try and if I cannot find any chocolate in the place, then I'll start binging stuff. All of a sudden, I find myself binging something else, and I'm like, wouldn't it be easier just to have a little piece of chocolate? Which is why I get, the little doves, those little tiny dove things. I get those because I can have like one or two of those and then put them away and be fine. I don't binge then.
Well, see, that's what I
But it,
thought that I would do with the chocolate chips, that I would just be able to have a couple, um, because so I can go months, I can go so long without chocolate, without sweets. Except I do put a little bit of brown sugar in my coffee in the morning, and I need to cut that out too. But um, I thought with the chocolate chips that I could just have a couple when I needed them, but no, because I can't do it. I can't. There's no more chocolate chips in my apartment now, so I clearly can't do it. But just in case here makes a good point, and this is so accurate. You won't miss sugar if you skip it, because after a while you'll be able to taste the natural sugar in many things again. Carrots will begin tasting like sweets, and they are. And
actually,
our
yeah,
body actually sees, processes this stuff, and and reacts the same as it does with sugar. Not as severe as it does with this highly processed sugar, but this is the whole,
it's still sugar. And even an onion still has sugar.
yeah, like our
Yeah.
fruits and vegetables. um I I
Mhm.
I can't articulate it, but Dr. Martin, Dr. I can't remember his first name. Dr. Martin, he created the reset, and it's basically the carnivore diet, but it's meat, eggs, and cheese, and the premise behind it is that eating fruits and
That's
vegetables.
pretty much what I'm almost there right now. I've been cutting down everything else. I've been doing the keto
Yeah,
and heading towards the carnivore.
yeah.
And I've lost 2 sizes, and my swelling is way down, and my
Yeah, I was gonna
pain is
say your
way
your
down.
inflammation's probably way down too, and then
Yeah.
as soon as you go have something that has fruits or vegetables or sugar, then you're gonna feel the inflammation again. And um, it's, some of us, all of our bodies are different, so what works for one person is not going to work for the other. But like right now, I
Mhm.
am consuming vegetables because, well, I do love vegetables, but also vegetables are being brought to my door, so I'm eating them.
Right.
But I could just live off of meat, to be honest.
Tell you
I'm a
the truth,
carnivore.
it's going that way, but my helper is a vegan, and I can't let her know. If I let her know that all I'm eating is meat, she will flip out. Because I told her that I'm probably going to do that, and she goes, "No, don't! You will die!" She's of the opinion that I'm going to die if I do that.
No, no,
But
no.
it's
If you
like,
if you look up Dr.
no.
Martin's reset, you'll see you're not going to die. Um, but I did. I was listening to something the other day that kind of was talking about the
I'll tell
why
you
the
what was
fiber was good.
weird, Justin. I'm going to answer Justin here. I got to say something about
I
this.
can't even look at Justin's comments because fried red beets, that sounds amazing. And that is
Oh,
like,
dear.
my mouth is salivating.
I know. No, quit that.
Oh,
But
steak.
you know
Mm,
what? I was surprised because after not eating anything much for about a week, mostly just meat and not hardly anything else, and I tasted cabbage, and it was so freaking sweet. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with
hmm.
this cabbage? What's going on with this cabbage? And I'm like, this doesn't taste like cabbage. It's way too sweet. And I'm thinking, oh shit, it is sweet. Because you know what? The French have this saying, my sweet shoe. My, like it, my sweet cabbage, my sweet cabbage is what it means. To them,
Yeah.
cabbage is sweet. It's got that sweetness. I'm like, I never really understood that very much, but it really is very sweet. And so is, and a yam. And if you have something like beets or a yam, it's like, or even some carrots, it's like, oh my God, does it taste it? It
Like
almost,
candy, yeah.
yeah,
My
it's
mouth
too
is
much.
watering. Look at YJ with the beets and vinegar.
Hmm.
I have
Weird,
beets in my
isn't
fridge.
it? I'm like,
Oh, here we're on the food talk again. We always get back to
Yeah, here
food
we go to
somehow.
food chat. We always end up with food chat.
We do.
It's just too pervasive in our society. What do we do when we stop eating, finally stop eating, and we end up being breatharians? Maybe
No,
we
I
would be
looked into
free to
that.
go on, but it's like,
I
I don't
went
know.
down that rabbit hole. That is not that's not a I'm gonna say it's not a thing, but it is for some people who died from it. But but it's it's not sustainable. And I didn't look
Um,
into it because I wanted to do it. I looked into it just because I was curious, um, and I was kind of heading in that direction naturally, like eating less and less, and then just was wondering, like, is this a thing? And I started looking into it, and I found out about breatharian, and it ridiculous. I went way down that rabbit hole, and anybody who's listening, do not think that you're going to survive on just air. Okay, it's not going to happen.
okay. Now, in the interest of being fair, I'm going to say for the most part, and for probably everybody in this chat right now, that is going to be true because it turns out that I know somebody, Paul knows somebody who is a breatharian and has been for years.
Yeah, and they
But
will. Some people can do it for years, but it is so not safe.
he was trained to do that. That was not something that he just did.
Right, right.
He just did it and stopped it. It's like the same kind of train wreck will happen if you just suddenly decide you're just going to eat vegetables
Right,
without knowing what you're doing. Because then you're going to not have B12 and then you're going to be sick. And you're not going to balance it right and you're going to be sick.
right.
So it's like, yeah, it is a thing. It is possible, but there's a lot of big
There's a
qualifiers
big
there.
butt there. There's a really big butt.
Great big butt,
Big
big,
butts.
big,
Very big butts there.
huge. I like
Yeah.
big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers, I told you there would be some singing. Okay.
There was an older gentleman, I believe in India, and I can't remember exactly where he was. I think he was in India. He lived to be really old, and apparently he was a breatharian. He didn't eat, but I we don't know if he ever, like, was anybody slipping food to him here and there. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I
Well, this guy
so
lived with Paul for a little while. I was with Paul for about 7 days, but I mean, Paul knew him, actually knew this guy, and um, they nobody could ever find him ever eating
Well, see, even the people that were
after
pushing
a
this
certain point.
breatharian thing, they were there was people who were, I'll say, infamous and not famous, who were infamous for
Right,
pushing
right,
this, and even they were caught eating. So,
right.
it's fall down the
It's
rabbit hole,
not
and it is not what they say. Yeah.
where there is an idea, there's somebody trying to get rich off that idea, whether it's a good one or a bad one or one that takes a lot. And and anything like that, there are people that are just trying to, well, I'm just going to go do that, and it's like some of these things you better know what the hell you're doing, and
Yeah, or not doing. Yeah.
and you
Yeah, and
better know that if you're going to eat all meat, you need to eat salt. You need to
oh
eat
yeah,
salt.
the pink salt. Pink salt, that's another
The
thing. If you
pink
go down the
salt,
salt rabbit hole,
particularly, or the
table salt that people are consuming is actually like, it's
poison.
basically poison. Um, but if you look at pink Himalayan salt or gray Celtic salt, um, these
Or
contain
sea salt.
trace nutrients. Yeah, the gray Celtic sea salt has trace minerals and nutrients that your body requires but doesn't make on its own. So,
Cowboy makes air biscuits, Overlander.
oh,
I make Overlander said something about air biscuits. I couldn't
I
resist.
see
Cowboy
that.
makes them. I've seen him do it. I can't see him, but
I don't think that's what YJ was talking about.
I don't think so either. I think probably not.
um,
But cats all eat that. They all do that. They all make air biscuits. Kitties, they do. Don't you, cowboy? Do they taste good? Are they good, Mr. Kitten? Yes, Mr. Silly Kitten, you're such a
And
sweet boy.
breatharian, that is not the same as fasting. So anybody who's listening
No,
who's comparing it to fasting, fasting is actually really good for you. Um,
but
if you know
can't
what
go
you're
on
doing,
forever and ever
if
and
you know
ever.
what you're doing, and but like just not eating at all ever and never,
Hmm.
not a thing. Like
Yeah,
you will
there are
die.
people who have killed themselves with these things. There are people who have killed themselves
Absolutely,
with
absolutely.
vegetarianism and
Yeah,
veganism.
yeah,
And probably there are some who have done it with the meat thing too,
yeah.
because they weren't doing it right. And there's a right way to do it. Sorry. As some things, there's a right way, and there's a way that is going to get you hurt. If you don't
Absolutely.
know how to do it, you can hurt yourself. And that's all there is
Yeah.
to it. So, honestly, you get through, wow, you get through with this show. We have a few more shows like this. We will have all the problems of the world solved, Bomber.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't even talked about what happened when I came to the next day after my accident.
Oh, wait. We're not even done
We're
with the
not even
initial.
done. There's more.
No, wait, don't answer yet. See what else you get for 1995.
All inclusive.
Right. And remember, Ocean Diana at PayPal. No,
Yes.
Bomber at PayPal. We don't know Bomber's PayPal, but anyway.
I do have one. It's called For My Pets or something like that. It's so I can take my pets to the vet. There's nothing in it now.
Cut to the vet. Mhm. Aw.
Um,
It's your
but
birthday now. BP. Oh, man.
oh,
Okay,
happy birthday,
everybody.
Ben.
Everybody get ready. Here we
Mine was a few
go.
days ago.
A one, a two. Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday.
to
I'm gonna
you.
lose my voice.
Okay. Happy birthday to you. And you too, Bummer. Okay, we'll do it for
Thank
both of
you.
you. Happy birthday, everybody who's having a birthday
To
this.
us.
Happy birthday to y'all. Okay. And many more. And many more. And yeah. At least hang
Merci,
around a little
merci.
while. There's a lot more in store.
For
Just
he's
our
a jolly
noses
good
are fun.
fellow.
Yeah, for you guys are jolly good fellows. You're a girl.
Fellows, yeah.
She's
Fellows and
yeah.
ladies.
Well, it doesn't exactly work, but okay. Nobody can deny. I don't know. What is a woman? That is the dumbest thing. I'm like,
DNA.
I want to be a
Science.
woman. I want to be a woman. So what is a woman? Well, a woman is I'm sure you've heard that about how the guy went around and started asking people what a woman is, and nobody could define it really. But I define it really
I can
simply.
define it really simply, yeah.
Yeah, really simple. Not that hard.
No.
You got at least two X's, no Y. Pretty much that's it. Your
Ovaries, yeah.
genetics are 2X and no Y. That's a woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and she has to be older to be a woman, otherwise she's a girl. So
Yeah,
she has to
I
be
like to say
past a certain
lady.
age
I like
and
the
then
word
up one.
lady. I think that we hit a certain point and we become a woman. So before a woman, to me, this has always been my idea, is that before you become a woman, you are a lady.
Oh,
And like,
really?
yeah, like woman is like to
You'll be a woman
like I didn't
soon.
feel like a woman when I was 25. You
Woo,
know,
you feel like a woman?
I did not feel like a
You
woman.
did
I felt
not
like a
feel like a
lady. I
woman.
was a lady, and I suppose now at the age I
A
am now, I feel like a woman. Yeah,
lady of the morning. Well, maybe the very, very early morning. I would say really more of a night owl. Lady of the wee hours of the morning. So, oh, well, no, it doesn't really work. Anyway, I'm being very silly because I'm getting restless. Ben likes it when I sing because I'm okay,
This is
Ben. I'm
great.
glad that you like that.
I love it.
Ah, Ben says I know what a woman is, and I love them. Well, good for you. Good
Attaboy.
for
Attaboy.
you. Yeah. Well, really,
Own
no.
that.
The truth is, if you are what grows all of that other stuff that you consider woman comes from two exes, and even after you die, even if it's hundreds of years after you die, when they look at you and they start to analyze your genetics, they will say, oh, this was a woman.
Right.
Yeah, that I'm sorry about your luck. And if they get an X and a Y, they'll say, oh, this was a guy. This was a man. And I'm sorry, but that's just the facts. And you can, if you want to be, do what you want that makes you happy. But, you know, there's going to be a lot of things that I'm sorry, but you got to pay your dues to be a woman. Okay.
Yeah.
Women pay a lot
Like
of dues to be women.
I
I'm
have a
sorry.
cousin. I have a cousin who is transgender, and the family really struggles with it because they keep referring to him as a she, and he doesn't identify as that. So, out of respect for him, I try to consciously like refer to him as a he. Um, in reality, he's never going to be a
Mhm,
man. Okay, like just scientifically,
mhm.
that's not going to be a thing. If he wants to identify as that, or if he not wants to, but if he identifies as that, great. Then whatever. Like I'm all about people just being who they are and being happy. The issue for me is that when you have, like, you look at the Olympics, which to me the Olympics is a big. I won't go there, um, but when you have,
Crockable.
it's ridiculous. Okay, it's a big sham. But when you've got men performing sports in a women's league of whatever sport it is,
There you go,
it's
Ben.
not it's not um to me it's not right, like, because we are different creatures. Men and women are different regardless of what anybody wants to say. Men and women are not built the same. We have separate leagues for a reason. um we both have our strengths and our weaknesses, and we complement the other sex, right? This is men and
Right.
women
Obviously, we're meant to be a set. Sorry about your
right. We're
luck.
meant to be a set. We're not meant to be just one
We were
off. Like
designed as a
me, I'm a
set.
I'm a woman in the world alone. It's not natural, I don't think. But anyways, um, but when you look at sports and you've got men who identify as women fighting physical fights with women, like, there's a problem there.
There is a big problem. Yes, you have a big problem. Well, you know what? You don't have gender dysphoria. You have a reality
Main
problem. You have a reality problem. You need some I'm sorry, but
I, like
we're
I won't try to define what it is, but I do think that they need their own leagues. That's my only input there would be that I think they need their own leagues so that they can um, compete against um, people of the same, like, of the, I don't even know how to word this, but do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, I just don't think that it's right to have men fighting women, even though they identify as women. It's, I don't know.
well, and Justin says actually many who are born women are actually genetically males. Anything can disturb the male specific DNA from developing result in women. However, everybody, to tell you the truth, we all start out both sexes. We start out with both sets of genitalia, but in a woman, this develops, and in a man, that develops, and it develops differently. The thing is, but we still have, and this is why that yin yang symbol has a little dot of the opposite color in it. We still have the seeds of the opposite in us. So we're not wholly one or the other entirely. There's still that little bit left that, I still have. I still have balls. Don't get me started. They're just very, very tiny. And you still have ovaries, guys. So, and uh, so, yeah, a lot of factors can change things. As a matter of fact, all kinds of chemical things can change whether or not you're going to develop into a male or a female. And we don't know that maybe something didn't happen, that maybe that person was on the way to being a male or a female, and something happened that God derailed it. I don't know. We're not sure about that. However, uh, physically, your abilities, you're never. I'm sorry. A tranny woman will never. There's a lot of things you'll just never be able to do. You'll never. You'll never do it. And it's things that women do. Have been doing all these years. You'll never have that first blood. The first time you bleed, the first time you stop bleeding, you will never give birth. There are so many of these things. It just ain't going to happen to you. And that's what I mean by women, they pay their dues. You got to pay your dues to be a woman, to be really a woman. I mean, there's things that happen to us that honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure any man, I mean, we're built to handle it, but I'm not sure most men would be able to handle it, what happens to women,
I think that goes both
especially
ways
giving
too.
birth.
I think that goes both ways. I think there's
Yeah,
things
I
with
believe it
men
goes
that
both ways.
we as
Yeah,
women also are not built to handle, even though we
right.
will if we have to, we will. but
We will if we
but I
have to.
think
Yeah.
it's that yin and yang, that you know the complementing each other's genders, or I don't know how to word this, but do you know what I'm saying? Like there's things that, of course, that we as women, men wouldn't even be able to wrap their minds around, let alone handle it. But I think it goes both ways. Like there's a lot of pressure on men that, um,
Well, yeah, they have a whole different coming of age thing than we do, though. Theirs
yeah,
is entirely different. And
like
when
social
they get
pressure.
older, it's entirely different. I mean, we get menopause, but they also get their things. Like men are at risk when they get older, their prostates are at risk. We never have to worry about having a prostate problem, you know.
Right.
But they never have to worry about having period cramps. So, but if you ever did, I think most of you would probably faint dead away if it was that bad. I'm sorry,
It's
but
not,
I've
and
seen.
it's not like it's not something that women in general. Well, I don't know. I can't speak for anybody else. I don't think of it as anything that I would ever say like, oh, I can handle this and you can't. It's honestly awful, and I wish that we didn't have to deal with it, to be honest. But it's just a part of life that we just, throw it on the cart with the rest of the stuff we have to carry.
That's why the Indians have these. Well, that's why people have these coming of age rituals, and that's why the Native Americans. The Native Americans honor women because they give their pain and blood in their way, and then the men give their pain and blood in a different way. But really, uh, there are some people that say And I understand this too, that actually since we know we've been tinkered with,
Mhm.
there are legends from more than one place that say at one time we were both male and female, and later on we became wait a minute, Ben, don't get on again, you're already on. I'll get you into the stream here, just hang on. Just hang on a minute. You're in here twice. What happened?
Let me exit out.
Hang on. Let me boot the other one then.
Am I the other one? The other Ben.
No. No, you say bomber. You're
Ben
bomber.
squared.
Yeah.
So we have a Ben squared.
Okay, so anyway, yeah. So there you are. You're on, Ben.
Okay.
Hi, Ben.
Hi, Bomber.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
What do you want to add to the conversation, Ben?
What's that, ma'am?
What do you want to add to the conversation? What is your opinion of all this?
Wow. You might have to exit all this out.
Huh? What?
I'm gonna have to exit this out and then try again because I hear nothing but echoes.
Oh,
In the year 2000.
oh dear.
In the year 2000. Sorry, Conan joke.
Yeah, I know. I remember that one.
I couldn't help it.
Yeah. God bless the child that's got his own. Yeah, there are some people who say that actually, since we have fused chromosomes and we've been tweaked with, we've been messed with, that it actually looks like the Y chromosome was something that was done to us. That didn't just naturally happen, that the Y chromosome is has been altered to be a Y chromosome.
That come with the rib.
Ribs. Why
That
you guys
rib.
back to food chat?
It came with the rib. I'm just kidding. It's a bad joke, sorry.
I know. Came with the ribs.
Adam's rib. You know that rib that created us?
Rib. That rib that supposedly created women. I don't
Yeah.
believe it.
Hey,
Created a clone. I believe it could have done that. Yeah, it could have. Wait a minute. I put you in the stream and then you just hopped right out again. Wait. Whoa. Come on. Okay, you are supposedly on the stream now. Okay. No, you're not. Ah! Hang on.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Oh, that
Qu'est-ce que
was
tu fais?
just an unfortunate incident that I will have to adjust for. Here, let me see. I cannot get. I'm doing this on a for those of you who didn't hear, I'm trying things on my tablet and it works a little different. Add to stream.
hi.
It's kind of hard actually on a tablet. Okay, it says you're in here, Ben. Are you in
Hi.
here?
Hi.
Hi there.
How y'all doing?
Howdy, as they say in the States.
In the States, they say how you doing. In
Howdy.
South Louisiana, they say how you doing.
How you doing?
Good day, y'all.
Good day, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Traditionally
really
American.
enjoyed this discussion tonight. It's really really informative, and it's really you know really made me think about a lot of things.
Oh, I hope so.
We
Like I
like
always
thinking.
say, truth is where you find it. I hope you find some here, or at least somewhere to start looking for it. Um, and I'm so you're, yeah, you're actually a good cheerleader, Ben. Thank you.
Oh, thank you,
Yeah.
Yes, you're a great cheerleader.
thank you, ladies, thank you.
Appreciate it. I follow a guy who says all of us put together are smart. I'm not sure exactly.
Is that the collective consciousness, or is that just us
Collective consciousness. Yeah,
in
must be
general? Like, is that...
collective consciousness thing. Yeah, must be.
James, you're
I
so
don't know.
funny. Speak more.
Yeah,
More from James. I'm rooting my fist in the air for you, James.
James. Yeah, James. You know what? Yeah, anybody like that link will work for anybody.
Everybody get on.
And
Let's have a big old...
I'll put you in here until it starts sounding all garbly or does something to the stream. Then I'll have to start booting people. But y'all can come in if you hit that link. You could come into anybody. Anybody can come in with that link. So if I see you, I'll put you in. But
Yeah,
yeah,
James, we
I
all
can.
do add something.
Yeah, I can put up to I think 7 people in here or something. No, 12. 12 people in here, but I ain't gonna do that.
So
Mm.
this happened a couple months ago, um, and
Mm-hmm.
the only person I like really I went onto the MeWe and I asked for some help.
Captain
Mm-hmm.
Planet. Oh, sorry. I was looking at YJ.
I didn't see it. If you did, I missed it somehow, maybe because we really aren't on MeWe too much, but we try to keep in touch there because we're not on social media too much. But what was
Yeah,
the question, Ben?
the thing was, I talked to Bomber a little bit about it. I texted her, but I had a like this really realistic dream about a haunting, and then something turned into a demon.
Oh,
And
wow.
I really wanted to know like what was going on.
That might have
Yeah.
been what
Oh,
I
that
took
was...
off you last time.
Yeah, I can't give any energy at all because of some past experiences. I can't give any energy at all to like that stuff. Not
Yeah.
not
You
dreams.
did
Like
tell me
dreams,
that.
I do. I'm all about dreams, but the demon part, um, that that stuff, I'll have to check out.
You
Yeah.
had a spiritual attachment that I removed last time
Yep. Yep.
that I did something for you. You had a spiritual attachment that I removed. It looked, I will tell you once again what it looked like, just so that you know. I don't know if it looked like what your demon experience looks like, but to me, it looked like about a human size, maybe a little bigger with the wingspan. The wingspan was huge. It had a long, snaky neck. It was bird-like. It had big old talons that it was trying to grab your shoulders and drag you away. It had a big, sharp beak that I was trying to avoid. It was like whipping
Yeah.
its head around. And I had to detach its claws out of you. It had its claws in you. It has like, it's sort of white, gray with kind of dirty looking. nasty looking feathers, like mangy looking. It's like a mangy looking bird thing. Now, I don't know. I think this is probably a very particular type of thing. I'm not a demonologist, though, so I don't know. I'm not really. I mean, somebody said cockatrice, maybe, but which is a kind of an evil cryptid animal. But
Yes, ma'am.
uh,
I know what that is.
oh, you do?
Yes, ma'am.
Well,
From a video game, I've seen them on a video game a long time ago.
okay.
But
Well, what?
why do I keep on getting these attachments?
Okay, that we can also address. I mean, for one thing, you've got to learn to bubble, what we call bubble up. You've got to put on your armor,
Hmm.
um, which is energetic armor. That's one thing. The other thing is you are in a, okay, in metaphysically, you're in a high crime rate area. New Orleans, there's magic flying back and around all over the place. There's people conjuring up stuff. I was down there for a while, I remember.
Yeah, you're right.
There's people messing with stuff constantly down there. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you're in kind of like being in a bad neighborhood. Um,
yeah,
so, you could somebody could be driving by and you get hit, or it could be that you just look like you're unprotected and it wants to pick you off, whatever it is.
yeah,
Or sometimes some people send these things. Sometimes they just look and they see that they're able to attach, so they attach. But this thing looked like it was trying to drag you away. So,
Do you
but
have
I
any
got
insight about why?
not really. I I'm sorry, I can't answer that. I saw it. I got rid of it.
I know. Thank you very much. Thank
A
you.
weird looking thing, and then I put some bandages, some etheric bandages over the holes it made in your shoulders, so that it would heal up and it wouldn't attract anything else. But you need to learn to put on your energetic armor down there, because honestly, there's a lot flying around down there, and this is the time of year that it's going to be flying around. So it didn't surprise me one bit that you had an attachment. There were times when I had bunches of attachments at one point.
Yeah.
There are people I know that get them so easy. I mean, there's some people that just what we call a sticky aura, and they just attract them like nobody's business. Maybe they have uh, a lot of it is vibration. The vibration that you're putting out has to do with it. The like I said, the neighborhood you're in, but everything in the end, everything is vibration. Everything is is your frequency. And if you are vibrating at a high enough frequency, nothing would be able to attach to you at all.
Mm,
But staying in that very high frequency is very hard for us here, because we have a lot of help getting ourselves into a low frequency. Okay. As a matter of fact, the low frequency emotions being like fear, despair, anger, well, anger can actually be a bridge, but yeah, all of the what we can consider negative emotions keeps you low so that they can
mm,
reach. And if you vibrate high enough, they cannot reach you. And so the very last thing they want any of us to be is happy, healthy, and stress free, because if we were, they wouldn't be able to affect us at all. It's very
yeah.
hard to affect a person like that.
Yes.
So my guess is at some point your energy dipped at some point and you just look like a tasty treat to this thing. Okay.
That
That's
does
all I
make
got.
sense. It does
I
make sense to me.
I don't think it was I did not pick up that any particular person was directing it or that it was personal. Okay,
Okay.
if it
Yeah.
helps. Because sometimes people think it's personal, and in this case, I don't believe it really was personal. So I think it
Yeah.
was just something that saw you and said, "Oh, I can do that. Yeah, I can catch that."
You
Um,
remember that's the second attachment that you have taken off of me, right?
right, right.
Yeah.
And you're lucky you don't have a bunch more down there. Actually, you're
Yeah.
you're very fortunate you don't have a lot more
Yeah.
because some people go down there and come back with a boatload.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I live here, you know. Uh,
Yeah, you
but-
had to develop some kind of skin.
yeah.
But
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
yeah, that's true. But Cajuns are different too. Cajuns got a little bit different way than some people. I don't know, that might have contributed to, I don't know, maybe enough about Cajuns to be able to tell you the rest of that, but it might have something to do with it.
Okay.
Sometimes your blood helps you a little bit. I mean, like, there's some things that having Native American blood helps you do. Um, I think, and I have heard it said anyway. There are people who talk of this that it really helps to have Native American blood if you're going to do the dream walking and the and going into the past and the future. It
Yeah.
helps to, you know, time traveling. It helps to have Native American blood. I don't know. I can't prove that one way or the other. But I know
Mm,
that aren't Cajun a mixture of several different things? You could explain that to us because I don't think many of us even really understand what a Cajun is.
what a Cajun is so my people were from Acadiana in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
So when the British took Canada over, they expelled all of our people, and we had to go down. You know, we were kicked out of Canada, and we went down like and tried to find a place to live, and they finally found a place in South Louisiana. So that's the Cajun is Acadiana. It's a mm, it's like a kind of a lazy way to say Acadian, but
Like
it's Cajun.
now, can people hear us?
I can hear you. Where's Bomber? She left.
I think Bomber got, well, she says she's here. I mean, it says she's here, but I don't see her. It says down here that she is here. She might have
Hmm.
fallen off the stream. Let me see if I can add her back on. Okay, it says add to stream. Okay, I think I might have her again. You there, Bomb?
I see.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hey,
Yep.
yeah,
Sorry, while you guys were chatting, I went over to the chat and I have to switch screens to be able to chat. So it booted me out.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it does that. Yeah, it does definitely do
Exactly.
that a lot. So,
Mm-hmm.
Bomber, you know where Acadiana is in Canada?
Acadiana.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, I'm not sure, but I do know that like where I grew up, there's a lot of Acadians.
Exactly, exactly.
So Acadiana would be like a term for, well, just
Where the Acadians came from, I
like
guess.
Yeah,
my idea of it would be just like Acadiana would be um like how we say Canadiana, or like things that are based on Acadian heritage would be Acadiana. I don't know of a place called Acadiana. Is that what you mean?
I mean, I think you are right. Now I'm wrong, but that's where my people come from. Acadians, they call them. We call them Cajuns now.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So when the British took over, I know y'all just heard this. Did you hear this just now?
I am
Uh,
hearing now.
I hear you.
So when the British took over Canada, they expelled the French and the French people, and the French people had to leave. So they were Acadians. Uh, so now they call them Cajuns, and that's where we are.
Yeah, and where I'm from, the Acadians are very proud people of their heritage. So you'll see the Acadians, like their houses are uh, the Acadian colors, and they're very, very connected to their heritage, and um, they're very proud of that. So it's I can see how that would be um, a strong influence once they've moved there to New Orleans. I don't know very much about it, but I do know about the Rougarou and the Lougarou. That came from us. Well, uh, us meaning like the French. That
Yes, yeah.
after moving to New Orleans, yeah.
So you were a French Canadian?
Well, not technically. Sometimes people say I have a little bit of a French accent, but it's because I grew up around French people. I don't have any
Yeah.
French. I don't have any French in me,
Hmm.
although I have a couple times. But anyways, um,
Wow.
um,
I got you. I got you.
um, but
Wow.
I don't have any French in me. That my heritage is not French, but where I grew up there's well, it's a lot of French. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So basically,
Sorry.
the Cajuns started out at being Canadians, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Canadians.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting then. Well, then you go through the whole melting pot thing, and you
Mhm.
end up with quite an interesting seems to me that most of the Cajuns I have met are a mixture of things,
Yes.
really.
So most of my family was German. They I live in on I grew up on Lake des Allemands. It's called that's really it translates to the Lake of the Germans,
Mm,
and most of my ancestors were German. And
yeah.
but
Meine Mutter ist Deutsch.
what's that?
Meine Mutter
Speaking.
ist Deutsch.
I don't know. I can't speak it.
Nein, sprechen Deutsch. Meine Mutter. Um, my mother's German. So I'm 50% German.
Really?
Yeah, but I don't speak it either. I just understand a little bit.
Yeah, yeah,
I can swear.
yeah,
It's the first things we learn, right?
yeah.
Yeah, you have to learn to swear. Geez, you
Yeah.
don't want to be a weenie.
Yeah.
So, Brahma, when your birthday was like 2 days ago
Oh, it feels like it, but it was on the 19th. Yeah.
on the 19th of October.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was the 19th of October.
I
I
turned
don't know. I made a
41.
song about that.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you
Happy
very much.
birthday to you.
A very merry unbirthday to everybody.
I plan on having a good time anyway, honey. So, element is German in Spanish.
Almond butters.
Now I'm really confused. James Ortiz comes up with his
I love
element in
James.
German
I freaking
Spanish.
love
My
James.
brain just goes,
Element is German
whoa!
in
What the
Spanish.
hell does that mean? Oh, yeah, okay.
Love
Wait.
him. James is the best. James, you say the best things. Keep talking.
Remember the Alamo, right? Alamo. That was Alamo. Maybe there's a relationship there. I don't know.
I don't know, but the French, Italian, and Spanish all use Latin as a base language.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, if you can speak one of those languages, you can understand the other.
You can
Yeah,
figure it out, kind of.
French
Yes,
is
Yeah.
actually French is a made-up language that was created because people didn't understand what they were saying. So it was like I believe it was Italian originally, and their dialect
medical.
was so different that
Yeah,
people weren't understanding them. So they just created their own language, basically called it French. I think that's what the history is, but don't quote me on that.
that's very possible.
Well, yeah, I guess if you live apart long enough and have an entirely different dialect, that, yeah, then you might as well call it something else. Did you know that in China there is like a dozen dialects that people deal with all the time, and men will actually marry women based on from different villages, so just so they can conduct business in that village because they need a
Wow,
translator.
That's
wow,
interesting.
that is
So, I
interesting.
mean, imagine that. I mean, imagine if you were the United States and every single state had a different dialect.
Well, a lot of us do.
Yeah, where
And
I'm from, all across, well, there's a YJ is Canadian, so you know. Here, the French in all different parts of the French-speaking communities are all they all speak different French. So where even like where I grew up, from one town to the next is different French. So we would without I don't want to say like I don't want to say where I'm from. So excuse me. So
right.
some I'm not going to say some names, but we have like different terms for the French who from different places who speak with different French. So like if you were speaking French and you were from Quebec City, I could tell you you're from Quebec City or
Yeah,
Montreal or
yeah,
Mhm.
you know wherever. Yeah.
That's kind of like we can tell you're from Kentucky or Texas,
exactly. Or
right?
Alabama, or
Or
Yeah.
Mississippi,
Alabama. Yeah.
or even
Mhm.
Florida.
Or New York. Or New
Yeah,
York.
you're right.
Or
You're right.
Jersey.
Hey, bye. YJ, yeah. The Newfies. Oh, God, love the Newfies. They're our greatest specimens, greatest Canadian specimens.
The Newfoundland.
You
Newfoundlanders,
were
yeah.
a
We
Chinese
call them
court
Newfies.
translator in a
So,
certain dialect.
Strangeland, Todd, who comes in every once in a while, he's from Newfoundland.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Newfies are the greatest Canadians of all Canadians. They're the greatest.
They are the greatest of the
Yeah.
Canadian.
You know what I know about Newfoundland? Donnie Dumpy. Y'all know Donnie? You don't know Donnie Dumpy?
No.
No.
YJ
Oh
might.
man, having a time, having a time. You never
Having
heard
a
that
time.
before?
That's having a time. That's an East Coast thing. So there's like different parts of the Maritimes. Um, like I'm like consciously holding back my Maritime accent, but if I had a couple drinks, you would hear it in me. Um,
Don't hold it back. Don't hold it
Having a
back at
time. Oh
all.
no, it's I have to. Having a time is it's like I would say it's predominantly Newfie, but it's all the Maritimes. There's certain terms that we use out east that they don't use in the rest of Canada.
Yeah.
And having a time is, yeah.
What about do you identify at all with any of the Trailer Park Boys things?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
identify with Bubbles and
Bubbles,
Leahy.
Mr. Leahy,
Yeah, Mr. Leahy. No,
Mr. Leahy.
I love the Trailer Park Boys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anybody who
Me
doesn't watch
too.
the Trailer Park Boys got to go right to the beginning, right from day one, and
Uh-huh.
watch through because the first few seasons are the best.
Yes, they are. I watched all of them. I love it.
Attaboy, attaboy.
This is so surreal. This is so surreal. Because somebody had there, and it was a Canadian guy, had some land in Newfoundland
And Labrador.
and had and wanted to become a sovereign nation and wanted me to be queen.
That's
What?
beautiful. I
All you
love
gotta
that.
do is come up here and be queen. We can have a sovereign nation, And actually, they also asked my partner at the time that I was hanging with, Doran. They asked him to do it too, but neither one of us really wanted to live there. And the problem is, you have to live there, and it's very cold. And neither one of us wanted, we're quite
You
sure that we,
adjust. The cold
and it
is
would
good
have
for you.
been very, and it would have been, no, it's not. It hurts. It really
It's
hurts.
boosts the immune system, actually.
Well, yeah, but it still hurts. It,
Yeah,
it
that's what I
really
grew up in a
hurts.
place where this air hurts your skin.
Yes. I
Yeah.
actually remember going to Canada in the winter one time. We went up to see Phantom of the Opera. And I remember when the wind blew, you actually wanted to dive in a
You want to
snowdrift to get away from the wind.
die? Oh, I thought you said you wanted to die. I wanted to die. When I would leave a
Sometimes
friend's place, and
you'd scream
yeah,
sometimes. I would
my mom would
scream.
say, "Okay, call me when you want me to come pick you up." So I would call, and she would say, "Okay, I'm on my way." But she would need to go in the washroom and put her mascara on, even though nobody was going to see her. And then she would have to go out and warm up the car and then drive there. So she would say, "Start walking, and I'll meet you along the way." Well, I'd start walking, and I'm halfway home, praying for death because
Right.
it's like
Because
apocalyptic
I'm so cold,
cold.
I want to die. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah. Like somebody
I
better
have.
pick me up now, or I'm jumping over this bridge because I can't tolerate this. But you did, we did. We tolerated it. We got through it. It made us stronger. But I thought often about my ancestors and what in the
What would have
F
been right?
word, what in the fuck were they thinking when they landed in a place where it hits -50 and they set up shop and decided they were staying there?
Yeah,
To
Like,
get
but
away from somebody, I guess.
what?
Maybe.
Yeah.
yeah.
Gotta be.
Wim
Because
Hof. Yes.
otherwise, I wouldn't see any reason why you would do that. But that's usually why you end up in those situations is you're trying to get away from somebody, and so you pick a place that's hard to live so that they don't want it, you know?
Well, my
Um,
heart goes out to all of them. But yeah,
there's a,
Wim Hof just celebrated his 63rd birthday a few months ago, and he celebrated by Wim Hof is the Iceman, by the way. He's beaten all these records, and um, he can heal his body and heal viruses and whatever injected into him. They've done studies on him, and he celebrated his 63rd birthday by submerging himself in a barrel of ice water for 63 minutes. That's
Mm,
my guru.
yeah.
oh my goodness.
Wim Hof is my guy.
What's that? What's that guy's
I,
name?
Wim Hof, he's the Iceman.
I would
So
be sitting there screaming my head off, get me out of here! Yeah, I know.
No.
no, but you wouldn't though
What?
because you would practice Wim Hof breathing techniques and
Wim
you would
Okay.
Hof?
be pumped and ready for it.
Okay. You know what? I bet though it's probably something like fire walking.
Yeah, it's kind of, but in the ice,
in a
and it's
way.
like boost your immune system. They
Because you
injected
can
him with
also
E.
walk
coli.
across a fire in the right frame of mind.
Yeah,
Burning embers, you can walk across them in the right frame of mind. There are people around
I
here
could do
who
it, I think.
I probably could. As a matter of fact, I could. Somebody said, and really I should before everything's, but actually she said, yeah, you're a person who should probably do that because that is part of a shamanic thing. It's sort of a mind over matter type of thing too. It's As a shaman, you get a lot of opportunities to change your mind, literally.
So
Literally die a shaman's death and let a new reality happen in your head. Um, that's what it's like to be a shaman, is you're constantly having to allow this old realities to just die. It
so
seems like that's one of the
Mama D,
things that we do on a regular basis.
Mama D,
Yes.
when did you, and how did you realize that you were a shaman?
Oh God.
At what age?
I you know what? That's really a rough one. It kind of came on me in pieces that put them all together. I'm a shaman. I must be a shaman. It's like, geez, I must be a shaman, I guess.
When
Well,
did you start
because
to realize that you could communicate with like whatever, like things that
okay,
are okay?
I kind of see where you're wanting to see how this progressed, maybe. Because at first, when I was a kid, I could see I had invisible friends. I had a lot of
Uh,
incidents even just as a kid. But
oh,
religiously, people would get on your case about it, so I kind of stuffed it. I kind of hid it
yeah,
for a long
definitely.
time. And but at the point that was, and I mean, I had, after I died, I mean, that was a big clue
Yeah,
because a
That changes everything,
shaman
doesn't it?
dies. Yes, a shaman dies. I mean, I really don't know a shaman that hasn't had a near death experience. That's
mm,
Most actual shamans have a near death experience of some sort. And if you don't have one naturally, there are people who actually give themselves near death experiences to become a shaman. So there's, I guess, natural shaman and people who have decided to become a shaman. But a lot of us just become natural shaman from having something bizarre happen, having enough bizarre things happen that you just kind of decide to go for it and go with that flow. I realize I can tell you the time that I had to admit I was a medium. I can tell you that story
yeah,
because I was obviously a medium my whole life without knowing it, and not wanting to admit it or call myself that. But I was in a bar right here in Kent, and we were having it was at a bar and grill, and they were
Ohio, right?
having wing night, and it was great. And I would have a cocktail and some wings, and everything was lovely, and the place was packed. And somebody who knew me from my music came up, and she talked to me. She was one of the students here, um, because we got a university here, and she was very.
Ohio, right?
She didn't believe in any I'm trying to think of what the correct term is. but she was agnostic, not even agnostic. She was an
Skeptic.
atheist and a skeptic,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
And so she comes up one time, and I turn around, and there's this guy, and he's trying to get her attention. She's just ignoring him, and he's saying, hey, why, talk to me, please talk to me. And and then he looks at me and he says, she won't talk to me, she won't, it's like she can't hear me or something. And I said, to her, I said, why, you know there's a guy that wants to talk to you, why aren't you talking to him? And she goes, what guy? And
Yeah.
right there, and I'm like, and she says, what does he look like? And I'm there, and I described him. She goes, no, 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 no. Somebody put you up to this. It's like, no, no. Oh, I'm telling you. And then he disappeared. I said, this guy wanted to talk to you. It's a spirit. And she said, oh God, I know who it is. I said, and he's telling me he left you things repeatedly to try to get you to acknowledge him, but you won't do it. And she said, oh my God, the walnuts. I said, yeah, it was something small. And before she said walnuts, I said, something small and brown and reminds me of a brain. She said, walnuts. I said, yes, a walnut. He's been leaving those. She goes, I've been finding them all over the apartment. And I thought he would always leave them for me to let me know. He'd leave me a walnut to let me know he had been there. He had come by. And it was one of our little signals. And I said, well, he has been trying to tell you, he's been visiting you. And she's like, no, man, that can't even be. But yeah, I've been finding walnuts all over the place. I said, okay, well, he's going to prove it to you. And I don't know how I knew this. I don't know. It wasn't like a voice telling me. I just knew this. It was like, he's going to leave you something that will definitively prove that he visited you, and it's going to be a surprise. And, I want to hear about it when it happens. Okay. She goes, no, this can't happen because, there is no life after death. There is no way that this is really happening. I said, suit yourself. But he's going to prove to you that there is. So the next time I see her, she goes, I don't want to tell you this. I really hate to tell you this, but I'm going to tell you this. When I got home, on my kitchen table that I had just cleaned off, there was nothing on that kitchen table. The door was locked. I walked in and found this big walnut-sized hunk of sugary nug. And she said, oh my God, that is the kind of thing he would leave me. And I'm like, okay. He said he said he would give you a gift that would let you know that it was him. And she said, yeah, that would be exactly the kind of thing he would give
Sorry,
me.
Mama D, what did you say it was? All I heard was a nug.
A sugary nug is what we call a round hunk of cannabis.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that I was hearing that
And
right.
it was shaped like a walnut. And she goes, as big as walnut. And I'm there going, you're inviting me over, right? No. But I said, okay, now, well, that would be it then. I mean, and she goes, I don't have any explanation for this. I still don't believe it, though. How can that be true? I said, how can it not be true?
Really?
How can it not be true? Just start talking to him. He can hear you. You might actually even hear him. She goes, I don't know if I want to do that. She was just having this terrible meltdown because she was an atheist and obviously confronted with somebody who was speaking from the afterlife.
Yeah, her
and
cognitive
even
dissonance was
giving
being
her an
torn
award.
apart.
Hmm.
I'm like, wow, you guys, you're a rough crowd, man. You know what I'm saying? Some of these people are really a rough crowd. I mean, he was doing everything he could to let her know that there was such a thing as an afterlife, and she was fighting it tooth and nail. But I knew then, I had to admit it. I said, dang, now how did I know that? I am a psychic medium. Yep, that's what I am. Talking to ghosts, I'm a psychic medium.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't tell. I cannot, you know, people who, yeah, this won't fly, and some I can't. I can't say this some places. So basically, it was kind of like that. It was sort of doggone. And then I realized I started putting together the other stuff. Oh, wait a minute. You talk to trees and trees talk back.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. And you talk to animals and weather manipulation and and this and this connection with nature and this connection with Native American stuff and this et cetera, and on and on and on. And then it's like, I think I'm a shaman. Oh my God, I think I'm a shaman. And I died. And I died. I had the death. I had the shaman's death that was really a physical death. I'm like, oh, damn, I'm a shaman. So that's pretty much it's not the full story, but I mean, the full story, of course, would be way longer than that. All of the experiences that kind of clumped together said, shaman, 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 that,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Wow.
Thought I was a witch for a while, and actually that may be true genetically.
A witch?
Which, because magical practitioners often run in families,
I
like
think we're all
almost any
witches.
other traits.
I have this hypothesis that we're all witches because we're all creating something from nothing. When
Right.
you're in the
And
kitchen, and you're cooking and you're using herbs and spices and
uh-huh.
um, just things that. Sorry, I'm being pet by my cat. Um, I think we're
Well,
all
we're all
witches.
creators, that's a fact.
Yeah.
We're all creators. Um, and we're all
Yeah.
divine, that's a fact. And but
I
but
don't buy into the term
So is a
with the
witch a
definition of
negative
like how
thing?
people describe witch being
Exactly.
connected
Exactly.
to evil or whatever. Like I don't see it as that.
So
people
what
have tried to put a lot of different labels on me though. So
Yeah, people put the labels, but I don't think they understand what it means. Like there's
no.
what do you guys think a
there's
witch
magic
is?
everywhere happening, and we have our hands in it.
Well, a magical using person for one thing, however, it's very inexact when you use it that way. I think people have a lot of terms for magical people, and they have a lot of spin one way or the other, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If you want to spin it one way, you will say that this person is a healing angel from God. If you want to spin it another way, you'll say that they're a demon trying to fool people and lead them away from the true path.
Right, but
It
if
all
that person
depends.
looked in the mirror, they would see that they themselves are also magic and creating magic.
Right. But
Like
they
everybody
don't.
has that ability, whether they identify it or not, or recognize it or not.
Well,
Okay.
sometimes it comes out differently too. And there are people who
Absolutely,
say
yeah,
they have never had anything happen ever, and we're all just
yeah.
a bunch of silly people. And
That's their cognitive dissonance, denial, and
I think so.
Right.
Like that
So,
guy who never had a bad experience with a Ouija board. He just didn't understand why everybody had this idea about Ouija boards. We watch too much TV and we
Right.
watch too many movies, and it's all Hollywood. Well, I don't understand. I never ran into, and I'm like, what? I'd like to know which planet this guy comes from, because it sounds like it must be a lot nicer than this one, because
Right. But that's like the
of how
people
many of them.
who deny Sasquatch, even though they haven't looked into the topic at all. They haven't seen. They haven't experienced. Um, so for somebody to deny based on them not
That isn't,
experiencing it,
yeah. It's like,
it's like,
how do
okay,
you
well, you walked
know?
through the woods, you didn't see them, but I guarantee you they were seeing you.
yeah.
Speaking of which, that picture that I put up of the path in our backyard, Robin says two Sasquatch in that picture.
Hmm.
Really?
Hmm. And I wonder, now we did not see them with our eyes, but the camera saw them.
Yeah.
So, two of them. I'm like, whoa. I had a feeling, though, that that's what it was, because we went, and in my mind, it was just a tree. But it wasn't. It wasn't
Oh,
there when we went back. I'm
wow.
like, that tree wasn't, there's nothing there. It's not there. You know, so a
Wow.
dark, shaggy tree. There isn't any. No, that isn't how it goes. So for some reason, in my mind, there had been a dark, shaggy tree there. See, isn't that weird? And
Right. When was
and
the last time
so
you saw a dark, shaggy tree in the woods?
exactly, a shrub actually, a dark, shaggy looking shrub. And for some reason, my mind said, "Oh, it's a shrub. It's a tree."
That's what
Yeah,
our minds do, right? This is where we try to turn it into something that makes more sense, right?
right. My mind was just trying to,
I
yeah,
guess.
trying to explain it. It was like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, just a shaggy looking tree.
I did that
It's
with
So,
my first sighting.
yeah, and
Complete
I'm
denial.
like, we were. That means we were like just feet away from them, just feet
Yeah.
away.
so,
And they were just standing there, looking at us, standing still, looking at us.
mm,
That's that close, and I'm like, holy crap! And to this day, my friend Yolanta is there, like, oh, don't tell me that. They were that close, and we didn't see him. I said, but that's what people say, is they don't see him, and they can be like right next to you. She goes, I feel like I don't ever want to go in the woods again. I'm like, I feel like I do want to go in the woods again and say, hey, that's a pretty cool trick. Can you show me how to do that?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, is that's like the complete opposite of what my my instinct is. Not to stay out of the
Yeah,
woods for
I'd be
sure.
like, wow, that's cool, you guys.
It's
Yeah.
funny though, everybody responds differently, right?
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it is. It's like, you don't think that. Um, I, I was worried up to that point that I would be maybe afraid of them or something. I don't think I would be. Maybe I wouldn't be, though. But that was a couple of years ago when they were warning me of these other creatures out in the woods that Heather and I had to fight. Those were nasty buggers, man. Let me tell you, those things, I still can't think of his name half the time. I think they were the same kind of things, or maybe even the very same ones. Um, the old dude, that they were telling him that everything is toxic. Everything, everything about them is toxic to us, and that they were going to kill him. And those
Oh,
guys,
are you talking about Mark Barton?
Mark Barton, yeah,
really? Yeah, I
yes.
know. I know who that dude is.
That
Guess what?
experience actually
We
changed
had
my
those
his
out in,
experience.
yes,
His
we had
experience
those.
changed my life. Like
Mm,
changed my whole perspective and how I behaved in the forest. Like 100% changed my life.
That was a
absolutely.
powerful.
That was
Me
That
too.
was a
powerful because I don't know about
yeah.
you guys, but I was following them before that experience. So I knew
I
Mark
wasn't.
as who he was, and then I saw that interview, and it was there was actually like um, a level of trauma that I experienced through him. Like I was connected to his like I don't know how to explain that, but he just that was that really messed him up. He was not the same person, and that changed me as a person.
Yeah. You know. I
I
mean,
wasn't I wasn't carrying like I wasn't bringing my phone in the woods. I was going in the woods and I was in till after dark and walking out in the dark with no phone, no camera, no nothing, just my headlight, my knife, that's it. And every so
what
often I'd forget my knife and it wasn't a big deal. I didn't care. but
you could do with
but
a knife?
what's that?
What you could do with a knife?
Protect myself.
Okay,
My
gotcha.
third
Well,
arm.
there can be a lot of things in the woods, you know.
Yeah, I'll protect myself.
Yeah.
I'm good with my knife actually. It's like we're in Canada, so we don't have gun. Well, not everybody doesn't have a gun, but I don't have a gun, and so that's my only
Guns are typical,
basically
yeah.
self protection. Um, but I use my knife often, so I know how to
Okay.
use it. So I
All right.
won't fumble if something was to happen or something were to happen. I wouldn't fumble. But
Okay.
but I wasn't bringing my phone in the woods until Mark's experience. And I was going in the
But
woods every evening and walking out in the dark, complete darkness,
I
unarmed,
know. And I
alone.
wanted to slap you
I know
because
all
I
of you
know
did,
what can be out there.
and everybody was not liking that, but I wasn't worried. I wasn't scared. And then I saw Mark Barton's interview, and that completely changed everything. I wasn't scared per se because my fear button is broken, but I did start
Right.
taking my phone into the woods and I would record my walk out. So I just felt like
Mhm.
that was my protection to keep me from, because
Mhm.
nobody ever catches these things on camera, really, if you think about it. Not that nobody does, but it's not a common occurrence. So I thought I'll record, I'll use the light from the camera as my flashlight. Um, and I'll record my walkout. So if something does happen to me, at least they'll know what did it because I'll make sure I got it on camera,
Right.
so that it keeps me safe. But it also changed some things. Like it changed
You know,
as far as experiences go.
the funny thing about that was I wanted to go, I had gotten a message that the Sasquatch are communicating with you. And I'm like, well, that's interesting. Okay, fine. That's interesting. And I did get some feedback from the Sasquatch themselves when I said, I mean, I remember telling you guys about it at the time. I don't know if you remember me saying it, but I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, you
Nessie
felt
was,
like they were there and you had like woods nearby you, and you felt like they were there.
but it was
right.
more.
And looking at the picture, it looks like they were in the tree all along, but cloaked, because you can kind of see their shadows in the trees, but not them. And
Hmm.
well, a cowboy thinks it's, he's giving a few words on it. But anyway, so the weird thing is that I wanted to go out and see him, because when I said, because they said, well, ask for another sign and see if they give you another sign. And I said, okay, Sasquatch, if I'm really mind speaking with you, give me another sign. And I heard pebbles against my window
Wow.
of the very room I was in, this very room right here. So they knew what room I was in. They knew what apartment, they knew what room. I'm like, wow. So I wanted, on the one hand, I'm there, I want to go out and maybe I need to go talk to them. But then I also had this other feeling like, you don't want to go out there. You don't want to go. No, it's not safe. And I'm like, now wait a minute. Sasquatch once talked me I should go out there, but I don't want to go out there because it's not safe. And I couldn't, it was like, what the heck is going on? And then Duke said, I said, I should go out there and try and talk to him. Duke said, not before you see what happened to Mark Barton.
Yeah,
Mm.
I want you
Wow,
to see that first.
really?
I'm not saying
that's good
it's
advice.
happening to you, but
No.
I'm saying I got a feeling you need to see that.
Yeah, you need to
Duke
know.
told you
It's really important, I think, for anybody who spends any time in the woods to go and watch Mark Barton's interview.
Mm-hmm.
But before you do, check out his older stuff. Get to see who he was before,
Mm-hmm.
and then watch
And
his interview with. Yeah.
yeah, and then after that, I'm like, so I take a look in a different area, and I don't know why. My attention was drawn. I took a walk out, not in my body, but with my, how I do my bilocation thing. So
As one does,
I
yes.
took my bilocation thing out. I did that. I took a look out there, not in my physical. And oh my God, here are these creatures. I'm like, am I
what are
imagining?
they? What are they?
There's some kind of lizardy thing
Okay.
from below,
So, so
and
the
they're
things that
toxic.
Mark Barton was talking about, that kind of used the Sasquatch to, uh,
Drop people into the woods so that they can do
It
things.
was
Yeah,
manipulating the Sasquatch.
yes,
yeah.
yes, yes. What are those things? What are those
Um,
things that do
was
that?
that the predator thing
Yeah.
predator thing that people
Was
talk
it?
about?
There's some people that refuse to call them predators, but that's what they act like.
I'd have
Mm.
to go back and
Is they act
re-listen. I can't remember.
predatory.
I'm just left with what the feeling that it left me with, to
Yeah,
be
and they're not.
prepared and
I don't
be
think they
mindful.
gave a name.
No, I don't think we can give a name really. Like, we don't know. I mean, look at Sasquatch. We have a
No,
million
we
All
different
they
don't.
names for
said
Sasquatch.
is we are. Now they might have given a hint this way though, because they said we are strong because we are many. We're legion. I think they said,
Oh,
which is a
really?
demon, which is a type of demon. So they
Mm.
might actually have been what we think of as demons.
I
Mm.
don't I
Now,
don't
what
remember
is
them saying that.
that begs the question: what exactly is a demon? And could it be that these things are what we're thinking of because they come from a radioactive hell? Basically, the same thing that some other experiencers have experienced and tell us about is some of these creatures come from a highly radioactive and toxic place under the earth. And I believe that's what we were looking at there. I believe that's what we were dealing with, is some version of that.
Mm.
And they pile their energies together. They pile them together as a team and work as a unit, as a team. So they're almost like a hive mind type thing. And that's why they're so hard to defeat, is because there's a lot of them. And then when you try and get them, they can scatter, they can spread out, they can, it's like
This
swarm
sounds
of
like
bees
Lyme
or something.
disease. It sounds like Lyme,
Well,
the Lyme cell. Anyway, go on. Sorry.
anyway, well, who knows? Maybe it's related. I don't know. But anyway, we had to literally make sure we had them surrounded and get every last one, because they were threatening us with, for every one of you, because they threatened Heather, and for every one of you, one of us that you kill, we will kill 10,000 of you. And so me and Heather looked at each other and said, that means we're going to have to get every single one of you, so that you can't do that. Sorry about your luck. And we did, but it was a lot of work. It was a lot of work because there were so many of them. And then we had to call in both of our combined forces to round them up, because they were all, when they scatter, they just scatter like it's hard to describe. I mean, if you've ever seen a bunch of insects just scatter, a big pile of insects just scatter,
Yeah.
it's kind of like that. And trying to catch them all is very hard. So, but we managed to get them all. So we haven't had
Demons?
anything since from anything like them.
You talking
Now,
about demons?
what?
You talking about demons?
I am wondering if they are actually what we think of as demons. Yes. I'm thinking
Mm.
perhaps they are. Perhaps they are
I don't think
actually
about them.
demons.
I don't give it any of that any energy at all. I'm a firm believer that we call them in by focusing our attention on them.
Well, I had no attention focused on them whatsoever. Okay. Um, I was not thinking about them. I was not thinking this had anything to do with me. I was wondering why I was watching this with Mark Barton. I was feeling sorry for the poor guy, but thinking, well, I don't see what this has to do with me, until I went out there and saw him. I don't think that it's what you think there. Like I said, what we think of as demons, I don't think what we think of as demons are what we think they are.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what they really are. We think of them as being these insubstantial, some kind of, a spirit being, blah, blah, blah. I don't think so. I think I think they're physical and can mess around with mind and can mess around maybe even dimensionally. Once again, I say I don't think that demons are what we think they are. I think there's something else. That what we're calling demons in hell is actually a different realm and a different kind of being. So, and what do we know? I mean, people have made it into something, have made it's like everything else. And they try to tell us that these little creator gods, Enlil is God. No, it's not. No, he wasn't God. He isn't the God. He's, a top banana ET is what he really is. So what are these things really? What really are they? I don't know. Different life form though. Type of a reptilian. Got it on 3 different psychics. Got it from 2. Robin was one of them. Deb was another one. They both got some credentials. Heather was the third one, and then me. 4 people seeing these things, given the same description. So whatever they are, I think they are physical, but have another component, just like Sasquatch has another component. Maybe we have another component like that too that we're not even aware of. Did you ever stop to think of that? We have, like I have. When I walk out there, am I physical? I am here. I'm not out there. Out there, I'm not physical. I can sometimes influence physical matter out there in that form, though. But yeah, sometimes if I have to. Yeah, I've had to do it once in a while. But so what is it really? We don't know what we're talking about when we say that word. We don't know what we're talking about, really.
You're right.
It could be entirely something different from what we've been told. So that's my take on it. As far as giving it energy, not giving it energy, well, once again, it was there. It was a thing that was there and we had to deal with it. So it was something, but I don't think it was what they were saying it was. However, if you think about it, where they come from, we've heard reports from people who have been talking about the underground tunnels and stuff that they broke into. And I think that was Bud Hopkins' story. Do you remember Bud Hopkins?
No.
Yeah, Bill Schneider.
Bill
Oh yeah, Bill
Schneider.
Schneider.
That was
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
Bill Schneider. He was the guy.
yep.
Yeah,
He's the
Duke's
guy.
got a great
So,
episode actually on his conspiracy corner. He's got a whole episode. He might have more than one with him, but there's one for sure.
yeah, because
He's
he
dead
was
now.
he was talking about stuff like that, and it was like, but they were really underground dwellers. They were really a
Yeah.
type of stinky underground, highly radiated, um, bad smelling lizard type thing, which sounds like what we were dealing with. So,
Mhm.
were we really dealing with those things? Was that really what was happening? I don't know. Whatever
Mhm.
they were, though, I can tell you that when we pulled the string on it, when we pulled up the roots on it to unroot it, which there were roots, it was the weirdest thing. All these roots appeared. Oh my God, I just realized just what we were talking about. Part of the neural net, they invade the neural net. That was
Hmm.
their part of it. That was it. That's what those roots were. Ah, got it. That's how they were pulling the internet. I think I just figured something out. Glad we talked about this. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Oh, they must be part of they must be part of the virus. Holy cow. That must be what it looks like when the virus does its thing. Holy cow. Because I just saw like parts of a damaged brain. I just saw that kind of flash in front of me. It's trying to tell me something. I think I am starting to understand what these things are.
Damaged brain. I have damaged brain parts.
Well,
Go
yeah,
deeper
but
with this.
I mean, this would be from a disease or something. If if we're all part of this neural network, if that's what this matrix is, shaped like that, shaped like then they're like a contamination. They are like a virus. Daggone. And when we pulled up the roots, it looked like roots. It looked like tree roots or something like that. Not exactly, but and when we started pulling that up, it led to a group of guys in black hoods in a circle doing something, some
What?
kind of ritual. And we're like, what the heck? What the heck?
What?
And yeah, we were like surprised. We were like, wait a minute, what? Yeah, they were up to something. So we had to get them too. We had to stop them
Mhm.
too. And then that led to something else and something else and something else. And it's like I ended up having to actually, that was when I really got to see, I think I got to see myself in that form because I had to, this is how I can tell you we can divide ourselves up when we need to. Okay, we can actually divide up our awareness and actually manifest in that realm as more than one when we need to.
Mm.
So we'd have to do that. We'd have to be able to do that to fight these things because maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they're doing it, but they're like the opposite side of that. Oh my God. But there were two real people, me and her, doing this. I don't know if I would have been able to handle it alone. It would have been very difficult.
Have y'all heard of the Bob Balow story?
Hmm.
Y'all know who
No,
that is?
no.
Mm.
Sorry. Can
Tell
you
us about
give
it.
a brief explanation?
Well, okay. I think, you know, so this guy was the former owner of Skinwalker Ranch,
Mm-hmm.
and he has,
Skinwalker Ranch, yeah.
so, you know what? I could be wrong. I could be wrong. So I don't want to say it, but, you know, 'cause
Yeah,
I
I
could
kind of
be,
see where you're going with that. Yeah.
yeah, I could be
Yeah,
wrong
I
about
see it. Yeah, just as well you don't talk about it. Yeah, just as well.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of get that. And you know what? We're on to something. That's so basically it was like a contamination, like a disease, like a and it's and you drop it into the neural net of the
They call it the hitchhiker effect.
yeah, I see. I'm starting to see it a little differently now. Yeah, it was rough to handle though. It was rough because it was so many. But when I saw
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
myself, I look like this glowing thing throwing light rods. I look like this winged glowing being. I look like an angel actually. What you think of as an angel? I'm not sure angels are what we think either. I don't think they are.
No,
I
I
don't.
doubt it. I doubt it.
Because I looked like an angel throwing light rods, and I was glowing, completely glowing. I was glowing so bright that it hurt their eyes. They couldn't see me. They couldn't look directly at me. It was too painful. That's how I was able to handle some of that. I guess that's my light body. Okay.
Yeah,
We talk about it's my light body doing it. But
but like the whole Skinwalker Ranch thing, it
mhm,
was so the government went and they investigated. So every almost every single person in this governmental body, like when they went home, like it mm, like the hitchhiker effect. So like their kids and wives and family became to get sick. And this happened like not just once or twice. This happened almost exclusively.
mhm. Yeah,
So
I heard about that. Yeah, people
yeah,
sick in areas that are contaminated like that. I was just reading about there is this place in Scotland or Ireland that may have been where the spooky legends about, why we have the trick or treat thing happening where we dress up spooky is
yeah.
because they believe that there was a doorway there that opened every year and let out what was ever in there, what was in this underground place, this
Mm,
other world, that it was an interface between, that door was an interface between this world and another realm, and that it
mm.
opened every year on Halloween.
Is that
Let
Sam
you out.
Hain?
Samhain. Spelled it, yeah, it looks like Sam Hain,
Okay.
but
Yeah,
pronounced
I've heard of
Samhain.
that.
So it might have been real at one point. I mean, it could have been that is some kind of portal to the underground. And at one time, maybe things did come out of there.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
if at some point? And remember, they were dressing up scary to blend in so that they wouldn't get and in the hopes that they wouldn't get noticed.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
and sent, and killed or whatever.
Really?
So they were, yeah. And I'm like, now it makes more sense. Now that legend makes more sense. It's like if they had a portal that opened on a regular basis or some kind of doorway to that underworld realm that opened on a regular basis, now I can see why they would be desperately trying to find some way to keep from getting killed by these things. That would be
Yeah.
scary as
Yeah.
hell.
Yeah.
I mean,
You want?
imagine how scary that would be. That
Yep.
this is going to open, you know, and you better not be out that night. But apparently, they can't stay out past a certain time. But how bizarre is that? That could
That
indeed
pretty
be
much
nice.
sucks. Hey, Bomber.
Wow.
Hi.
You know
Good.
what? We've been on for 5 hours.
Wow.
On for over 5 hours. Who's left? James Ortiz and YJ Overlander, and you and me and Ben. That's all that's left in here now, I think. I think everybody else has either gone maybe over to SOR or maybe they're asleep. I don't know. Maybe they fell asleep.
Yeah, well,
Maybe.
Anyway,
it
and I'm
was
not
an
sure
interesting
there's
conversation for sure.
three. It says there's 3 people watching right now. There's 3 people chatting in chat right now. Just in case is still here.
Okay.
So it looks like over YJ, James, and Justin is still in here. Black Dragon's probably over at SOR. But man, this has been so interesting though. I can't pull myself away. You
Yeah.
know? It's really been hard to pull myself away. It isn't too often I get to talk about this like this in this way. So I'm really glad that we had a chance to do this. Maybe
Yeah,
we
me
need to
too.
do
Thank
this a
you
little
very
more
much.
often. We
Yes,
probably
thanks for
should do
having
this.
us.
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, now that I've figured out some things about how to do it, there's something I do want to show you. I'm very proud of this. I wanted to do it on Halloween, totally forgot to play it. I hope it works. I don't know if this is going to work or not. Hang on. Okay, let me see. Okay. Hope it works. Okay.
Cool.
That's cool.
The apostrophe was in the wrong place.
Oh, Mama D, you're still muted.
But
Mama D is still muted.
oh, is she?
Excuse me, yes. Mama D, can you hear us? Because we can't hear you. You're muted.
You muted for some reason. You have to change that apostrophe, Mama D.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yep. Heard you a second ago.
Now you're muted again.
Yep. She's
Just let me know when you finally hear me. I'll just keep talking. This thing is acting really screwy. It's acting very screwy.
Hello.
Okay, now we're back, but you're still muted.
Hey, Mama D.
Oh, we're getting a wave. It's not working? No, not working. Damn.
Yeah, see that.
Well, it's been great being on, and I'll come back another time and do the B side of my experience, what happened when I woke up.
Stay tuned
Oh,
for part 2.
now
Did
your
it come
volume's
through?
working. Yep.
Stay tuned for part 2.
Oui.
Yeah. We will
Yeah.
have part 2 on maybe a Sunday or something. If I can get on Friday or Saturday, I'll try, but probably it'll be Sunday before I can get on again. We'll see. But we
Okay,
will
keep
have
us
part
posted.
2. This was so much fun, like I said.
Yeah.
I don't get to do this that often, so I'm all down with it.
I never speak this much. I'm like losing my voice from speaking so much.
It's probably good for you, though. Honestly, eventually we got to get all this shit out.
Yep.
We got
Yeah,
to
I
get
hold
all
a
this
lot of it
stuff
in.
out.
It was a very
'Cause-
interesting show. Definitely.
well, thank you. Yeah, this is going to be epic. This is an epic show tonight. It's really another one of, we used to have these epic shows. I mean, we've had some pretty epic shows, but this one's going to be one of them.
Well, thank you
We've
for
had
having
epic
us.
shows, let me tell you. Okay. Thank you for coming on. And, to everybody who may be watching this and who is still watching this or who's listening, love y'all. You're very special to me. And you guys are what makes me keep coming here and doing this. I'm certainly not getting paid to do this, except in love. So,
And we love
that I
you.
must love you.
Yeah, I love it. I love it, Mama D.
Love you, Mama G.
I love you guys. And please do tell people when you love them because some people are going to be leaving and you're going to be glad that you told them. And when you could, in physical. And remember that you are divine and you create. Okay, you are creators, you can create. You are much, much more powerful than you realize you are and that you have ever been told you are. You are much more powerful. The truth is where you find it, and I hope you always find some here, or at least get you down that road to finding it. Okay, until next time, in part deux, in part deux,
We.
we will hope that everybody dreams wonderful dreams, and we will thank the spirits that helped us tonight, that we commemorated tonight. Honored that we honor you all. Thank you. You guys helped us become what we are today, and we wouldn't be who we are without you. Thank you so much. Okay, love y'all. Night.
Good night.
Good night, love yous.
Good night. Love you too.
I don't know how to get out of here. Oh,